You want to hear the youth perspective? Um, so let's think about that and doing a youth a comprehensive gathering to discuss the climate. Because it's their future. It's their they're going to be the leaders someday, and we need to give this information to them, hand it off to them. Don't be hoarding your knowledge, your wisdom, your information. Give it to somebody in our Oceti Sakowin so that they can be prepared. But we can do some preparations and planning. Let's leave a trail for the youth, for the Wakaja, the unborn, and those that are here, those that are crawling around at back home. So I'm gonna give the microphone back over to James, and Hanshi, you can take it from here. Pilama Pilo, that's kind of like your opening remarks.
Well, good morning as well. Thank you, Phil. And this is the final day for this conference, and I'm glad to see everybody here hanging in there with us. Hopefully, we'll finish strong, and when you leave, you'll have something to take back to your community and to your families. As Phil mentioned, the importance of this work. And again, as I would just also say that we're all grateful for again our spiritual leaders. When we were putting together this agenda, and that was a priority to hear from our spiritual leaders first, and to help us guide us in the direction we should go with this work that we're talking about these last 3 days. And so we're grateful that our spiritual leaders are here with us to help us with the prayers and the things that do to encourage us. I think one thing that we always have to be mindful is that you heard a lot of hard things these last 2 days. Hard things. What I mean by that is there's warnings. There's difficult days ahead in our environment. Just this morning, if you watch the news this morning, the morning news, they're talking about the impact of that hurricane that had on Florida, and they talked about the families impacted by those winds and by those storms, and the impact of that family and what it's going to mean. So this thing is affecting everybody, not just the Oceti Shanko. It's everybody around the world, and that's sobering, right? That's sobering. What do you do? Because it's such a big issue. And so we find ourselves as individuals sometimes wondering, what can I do to address something like climate change? But I also think that on the other side of it is we heard again the strength and resilience of our culture, that we're still here. We still have our leaders here. We still have our languages here, and we still have our songs and our ceremonies. So to me, that's the balance to this kind of work that we're talking about, and that we're all part of now. And I think when we hear these things from all our speakers and our elders and such, those are things that we're supposed to hear. We're supposed to know that. And then we have the responsibility then to take that back and to do things about it. Again, it's not about a plan. It's not about a strategy. It's not about data. It's not about funding. It's not about partnership. It's about us as people, because it's going to take people to do this work. Not just money, not just plans, not just infrastructure, not just technology, but it's going to be people. And I think the term that I've learned a lot through these last few years is called cultural heritage, or indigenous cultural heritage. That encompasses everything about who we are: our land, culture, language, spirituality, our history, past, present, and future. And so let's keep that in mind as we go forward today. Again, we want to leave this time with something, right? An action. People kept saying, "What are we going to do? What's our solutions to these issues?" So hopefully, we're putting our minds together today. As Tatanka Iotanka said, let's put our minds together, see what we can do for our children. So with that, I'm going to call upon Claude. Claude's going to help us with a morning prayer.
Good morning, my relatives who come from the four directions. And, it takes concerned people to come together like this. Because a lot of our people today, they're getting into the mood of not caring anymore. And it's sad. We come to the point now that we worry about our young people. We worry about our relatives. The animal nation. Because we're from the animal nation. The Hunupa. Saya Wochikewa. Huank den Khan. El Titaka Kalana Hippie and Khan. El Oikpia, Yokpia Ke, Nabe, or Chiefs below. Dona, Hena, Taya Hip, Gahana Wopila. I want to thank those who come a long ways to be part of this. I want to thank all my relatives that help Phil putting this together. I really impressed myself. I was in the hospital last Monday. I got out from pneumonia. I almost took that ticket to the other world, but I feel happy today. Trying to regain my legs. Kind of feel a little wobbly, but I thank my nephew who's helping me here. Jaya, Hoga, and Titake, Tunkashla, Ake, Hochokantuma, Hina, Jimin Khan, Hotona Hena, Gakija, Ognash, Tiata, Yankapi, Natona Okuji Tipi, Natona Hena Maza Tipi. Hena, Oyate Unkisha. Wakanjun Kisha, Dona, and Nachti Hinajipsi. Had it up on his one po, the own cow po. Maka Wakala his one, the own cow po. Nikaki, you can, Titaka, let's share, or he measure now. Wokia, let's share, Taco, Titaka, Kana, Ake Yorkpia, Tagata Kana, Bleacher picked. Otun Kashla, one Liglashka Kola hit. Let's say, Chunupa Wakama, Oyaka, Mika, and I will pillar. Atona Hena, Chunupa Yahamani, Piana, who wash Agampo, Eche, Oyate Kilana, Ake Yorkpia, Tagata Kata, Okomani, not Atona Hena, Ake Yorkpia, Ake Blihilcha, Pixta Chong, Kapo, Takashala, Home Takavasa, Opilala.
We're going to offer a song for the children, Okayajaki, for the future generation.
Check it boy. Check it boy. Check it Wacheke aboy, wacheke aboy, ay, wacheke lena, wata wokake chape, exura boy, wacheke aboy. Wana, wacheke aboy. Wana, wacheke aboy. Wacheke aboy. Wana, wacheke aboy. Wana, wacheke aboy. Wana, wacheke aboy. Wana, wacheke aboy. Wacheke aboy. Wacheke lena, ota wokake chape, ketsura boy. Wacheke aboy. Wana, wacheke aboy. Wana, wacheke aboy. Wacheke aboy.
Aho, echitula, wopila.
Again, we thank our cultural leaders. Make sure you get me at a good angle here. Phil's always worrying about us looking good here on the podium, because this is being recorded and it's being broadcasted through the internet, and so I think that's good. That we can share. Yes, Andrea. Okay, go ahead. Okay.
Thank you very much. Chokwe Utesia, as we say in Yaqui, Wopila, I think we say. I just wanted to say that I'm going to need to leave a little early as one of the co-organizers. We have an event in our office in Tucson tomorrow, but also we have a Zoom call in just a little bit for some of the delegates that are going to be going over to, as you heard the words, COP27, right? The 27th Conference of the Parties of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. And, we have elders, we have some chiefs, we have some youth going over that have never been to a huge UN meeting. It's going to be a culture shock. Thousands of people, heads of state, presidents, and grassroots indigenous peoples from around the world, and thousands in Egypt. So the culture shock's not just Egypt, it's a big UN meeting like that. So we got to get people ready for that. But I just wanted to say that this has been really exciting for me. It's very, very important. I talk about this wherever I can talk to indigenous peoples. One of the places they invite me is National Congress for American Indians. I know there's issues with them, but it's a way to also talk to, decision makers in tribes. And only about 45 of all the hundreds of tribal nations countries in what's called the United States have a climate action plan or a climate crisis response. That sounds like a lot, but there are hundreds of them, like my tribe, that aren't really even talking about this, let alone making a plan for what they're going to do to keep their food when the electricity goes out and they don't have a refrigerator. You know, we heard from young man about traditional way of storing their food underground where it doesn't get too hot, too cold. You know, how do you keep your dry meat? How do you keep your dry choke cherries here? Your timsila, where are you going to keep that? How are you going to store it so your family has enough food for a long time? Start thinking about those things. You know, you have your star knowledge here, your indigenous Lakota science that needs to be part of that. You know, the youth need to be part of that plan. What are you going to do if disasters hit? What are you going to do for your people if there's floods or even hurricanes or tornadoes? You know, anything could happen with this changing weather. What's the plan? And you're going to have to keep adjusting the plan. But I admire Phil and Sichango Treaty Council Rosebud for coming up at least with a draft plan that's been in the making, you know, that takes your food, your water, you know, your protection of your people, and as we heard, keeping the language and ceremonies going, that's part of it too. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what you come up with and your plan. And maybe I can take it to my tribe, you know, and say, hey, look what Oceti Sakowin did. You know, we need to start thinking about these things. So I want to thank you for all the wisdom that was shared and for the work of my fellow organizers here and the co-sponsors along with International Indian Treaty Council. You know, I'll leave my thoughts and prayers with you and encourage you to keep talking about this. Talk about it when you get home to your tribe, to your family, and you know that's the question. We know what's coming. We know what's already here. What are we going to do? What's our plan? So Chokwe Utesia, thank you very much, and I'll be with you next time.
Thank you, Angie. Again, thank you for your support and partnership in this work. And safe travels to COP. While our prayers and ceremonies be with you as you're negotiating and working with all the leaders of the world to help create and plan for a better future for all of us. As was mentioned on the agenda, I was asked to speak on this idea of developing a collaboration of the Oceti Shankoi when it comes to climate change. And you know, so I'm serving as a facilitator for this meeting, but also um, part of the Robin Sioux Tribe Climate Crisis Working Group. So I was part of that work and invited to be part of that work by President Bordeaux when he wrote that letter and that memo, and a resolution was passed to establish a formal entity within the tribal government to begin to talk about climate change, but also to begin to put together proposals, grant proposals and such, to begin to bring people together to talk about climate change and to work on a plan. But also within that work, I have affiliation with the University of Colorado Boulder. So I'm going to speak on some of the things that we're doing there that has a tribal focus. And I want you to know about that, to hear about that today, and also to invite you to be part of this work that we're going forward. And then also talk a little bit about some things I'm doing with other efforts that I think are relevant to our discussion today about building a collaboration. You know, what's that look like? Some of the thoughts that I have and I wanted to share with you. And I'll be real interested in your feedback and what you think about these ideas. So, so I'm speaking. So I have a number of hats, if you will: university side, tribal side, my own side, and I also serve as a consultant. So I do a lot of training for organizations that want to work with Indigenous people. So I welcome that work because there's a lot of people that don't know who we are yet in 2022. You'd be amazed of how much ignorance is still out there about our people, about our culture, even today. So all of us are on that pathway to help improve that. But again, it's a lot of work. And so, so I get to do that kind of work. And it's helpful to me because it helps me better understand what we're working with. And if we can help prepare ourselves to work together, I think that's always good. And so I like this map. It's not a fancy Dr. Joseph Robertson map like yesterday, but it's a map that I like because it reminds us again about our connections again as the Oceti shall going. And I think maps are important. And I think we should always include maps, at least one way of describing who we are yet today, to communicate again our land, our culture, our people, and our connection to the landscape, our geography, and kind of where we are right now, maybe if you will. But it's a perspective, right? It's a context for starting. So I like that map. I think Professor Duville um, was very instrumental in putting these things together as well, and reminding us as we worked with him through the years about the importance of recognizing and remembering all our relatives, not only here in the Northern Great Plains, but also that go into Canada. And so we know that we heard it again, and I'll just make these points quickly. But again, that climate change is a threat multiplier. Again, as we think about our tribe and our departments, we'll all be affected by it, and that we need to work together as departments. Water. One of the things that you hear in climate change is this triangle, if you will: water, energy, and food. We heard a lot about water, we heard a lot about food, but what about energy? I think that's another part of this work that we need to think about. So water, again, is, as you know, it's a lifeblood. You heard many talks today and yesterday and before about water. Again, it's even our definition of climate change as Lakota people. Agriculture and range. Again, you heard again talking to us about how the warming temperature, the change in precipitation is going to affect food. Every time you turn on the news today, you hear people talking about the rising food prices. So this is real, and we need those strategies again of how we're going to do that, and how we're going to deal with agriculture and food. Recreation and tourism. We didn't hear a lot about tourism here at this conference, but I want to bring it up again that there's a great effort now here in South Dakota to develop something called the South Dakota Indian Tourism Alliance. That's a new entity if you haven't heard that yet. So they're planning these big events next year on our reservations. Buses are coming through our reservations with tourists, and they're setting up programs at each reservation to do that. But again, climate change is going to affect tourism. If tourism is an area that we're going to go in as tribes, I think we need to think about how climate is going to affect that. Energy, I just mentioned energy again. I saw Ken Hawkins yesterday, and I know Ken's been working on renewable energy for a long time, wind energy in particular. How can the Oceti come together to support those kind of efforts, both at the micro level, at the household level, but also more regional and also more local? How does that work? Our health. Mr. Broken knows talk about health in a way, the impact of climate, temperature, heat, stress on our health. We're opening up this door with Secretary Holland on the boarding schools. We're talking about PTSD and related kind of impacts of happen to us as Indigenous people. So health is going to be affected by climate, as this says. There's going to be diseases. There's going to be safety issues, disease vectors, and what about our plants? How our plants can be affected by a changing climate. Transportation. How are our roads and our highways ready for changing climate in terms of storms? I know we're always affected by that here in the Northern Great Plains. Education. I think we're all educators here. We all understand the need to prepare our young people and all of us for climate change. So what's that education curriculum look like? How do we bring that to our classrooms, and how do we bring that? How do we offer that to all segments of our families and our generations? Housing and social services. Housing is a big deal. If you don't have good, adequate housing, then your chances of dealing with a changing climate goes down. So we need to all come together and figure out how do we develop better housing solutions for our people. Employment. What are we thinking about in terms of new job opportunities, new workforce development opportunities for a changing climate in terms of employment? We have tribal colleges on most of our reservations here in the Great Plains. Again, what is their role in helping offer things that would do that? I mentioned in one of my remarks in these last 2 days about the role of technology again. If Rosebud's getting this increased broadband capacity, what are we thinking about in terms of training and delivering things for those families, those young people, and even adults, as adults transition maybe to a new employment? And can they work for somebody outside the reservation? Is that something we want? using broadband, using internet. I live in Rapid City, and I've been working for the last 5 years for the University of Colorado Boulder offsite. So, so I've been learning how to work offsite, working and doing things offsite using technology, and it's been somewhat effective for me to do that. And I think we have to consider that in terms of this work. So I say that every tribe has a climate story, and I think stories are a good way to share and to transmit knowledge. So when we're imagining a changing climate, I look at these four things that I think it's important for us to consider is monitoring. You heard a lot about monitoring, understanding what's on happening in the land, evaluating, understanding what we're seeing, and also making decisions about that. Learning. This will be a continuing learning effort, I think, for all of us. And then innovation. I believe Lakota people have been innovative people all along. So how do we take that innovation we've always had and move it into a changing climate? And so learning by doing and low regrets actions can reduce risks now and help promote future adaptation. So in the work that I've been involved in, we've been involved in at the university. We had to demonstrate how we can use technology and use data. So I'm a big promoter of data, but only in appropriate, relevant ways. So we did this many years ago called Res Mapper, and it was an opportunity to bring together data on our reservation in Rosebud. And so we are looking at how can we share data, how share information in a way that people can understand, people can connect with. So we came up with this idea of Res Mapper. And so in Res Mapper was different data types. So we had pictures, we had stories, we had text, we had past, we had present, and also we had information that was from that community, the 20 communities on Rosebud. And it was very helpful to us as we talked about why does this data matter to us as a community, not just the people that are interested, but also for all of us. And we all have data, right? We work with data, but again, this was an effort to educate, to bring awareness about the importance of data and how that can be used. We had what they call lines, polygons, and points, lines, and polygons. So you heard a great talk by Dr. Robertson yesterday. He talked about GIS, Geographic Information System. So it's a way to organize information in a way that be useful. So this is what we did, and it was really interesting because in the 1950s, the U.S. government would fly the country with airplanes and take photography of the land, and at that time it was considered classified. So there's a place in Sioux Falls called Aero Data Center, and so we did a partnership with them in 2000, 22 years ago, and the idea for that partnership was to get access to that data because we wanted to look at what our community looked like in the 1950s from an aerial perspective, looking down at it. And so when we did that and we put that into Res Mapper and we did some community workshops in the St. Francis area, people were really amazed, if you will, but they remembered what the community looked like. So those images triggered these memories in our community members, what it used to be, and they tell stories about who used to live there and what happened there. And so again, this data was important for us to begin to help us understand again our community again in another way, in another perspective. And I think that's important. So Res Mapper is an example again of when tribal cultures are leading in the design of these kind of tools. It's more helpful to us as we go forward. So that really led to increased GIS work on Rosebud, and these are examples of some maps of what happened. You have fire maps. You had a language map. You had a project where they mapped housing on Rosebud to understand that. We even did a wind energy map here on the corner here, looking at feasibility in South Dakota. And so the images, the colors again show that. We also show some different times. So we show the soils. So this is what the soils look like on Rosebud. And then you might probably recognize this guy right here, Dr. Victor DeVille. Again, promote him, and we're thankful for him of his leadership. Like he came and talked to us on the first date. But again, he's a leader in Lakota astronomy, and those kind of things are important to us today, of how we work with him and others to bring these things together. Again, I'm going to profile him a little bit more. He was part of this project with NOAA, and they were looking at winter counts and began to connect weather events with events on winter counts. And so Victor was very instrumental in putting this project together. And I share that with you because, again, we can do these kind of things. If these things are useful going forward, it's been done in a way, but it's a start, and we can build upon that. Again, treaty. We heard Buffalo yesterday. So there's something called the Buffalo Treaty, led by a man named Dr. Leroy Littlebear, Blackfoot from Lethbridge, Canada. So he's trying to bring together tribes again to restore Buffalo and to use the treaty language and treaty process to do that. Films. I think we need to think about the role of media and how we talk about these things and climate change with our people. So again, this is a project that I've been involved in a little bit, but again, it's singing back to Buffalo. It's a film project by a professor at Canada. So she's also trying to bring tribal stories together around Buffalo to tell the story of how we worked with the buffalo for a time, but also restoring it and really bringing a cultural perspective. So it's an intertribal effort, tribes coming together to tell our stories, but also for a purpose to help the world better understand that. Plants, these are studies done by people in our tribal colleges, again, understanding and mapping and documenting our traditional plants. So this has happened. This continues to be developed and grown and taught within our tribal colleges. Again, with Angela's leadership, again, there's efforts in our country here to adopt UNDRIP. So there's work here through NARF to develop these toolkits. So I wonder if we need to think about like toolkits for Oceti in terms of these sort of things. But again, this is happening. And so there's an effort again, and I'm very interested in this because of the work that I'm doing globally as well. So UNDRIP is important. There's work being done to have tribal councils adopt UNDRIP, which is interesting. So we have administration now that is pushing more tribal engagement. And so there was a summit here, and they talked all about these issues here. And so climate change impacts and solutions was part of that. It's part of the agenda there. And I think that's part of as I understand it, where this government is thinking. And so there's more funding being made available to tribes to really address climate change. The BIA is one of them. But as you know, other federal agencies want to see that happen as well. Again, we have a new memorandum from the White House directing federal agencies to consider traditional knowledge in their federal decision making. So again, that's happened, and now there's a draft out for that report. I'd love to share that with this Oceti Sakowin, what that looks like, and with that draft, there will be a comment period, and after that comment period, it'll go to their agencies and direct them to work through their management role. So this is happening now. This is part of what I've seen as changes and really recognize the importance of traditional ecological knowledge. So transitioning to some more work I've been a part of these last 2 years. So I was invited to give the intervention for our government at Canberra, Australia, in 2 years ago. And I came to Phil Tweagle at the time and to Sitomni Treaty Council seeking their permission, if you will, to represent our tribe at this gathering. And so they did. And so I asked the president if I could take the flag. So I brought the flag there to Australia, and it was an honor for me to do that. And when we were there, we got to come together. All the nations of the world were there, but in particular, there were these indigenous representatives from all over the world, from Africa and from New Zealand and from Russia and Canada. So we were able to caucus at that time. We were able to come together. We didn't know each other, but we all had similar interests. We all knew that this information that we were showing, called Earth observations, was important because we needed to understand that technology, whether it's used against us or we can use it for us. Either way, we need to understand it better. And so we came together and we developed something called the Geo-Indigenous Alliance. And so the Geo-Indigenous Alliance really is about working with this data and technology to transfer knowledge. Again, the term you might have heard yesterday was data sovereignty and data self-governance. We're all interested in building a workforce for the future. And again, it's all about strengthening and sustaining our indigenous cultural heritage. And so we have been working these last 2 years to do things. And so we did a summit all online during the pandemic era. So this is online now. And so you'll see examples or applications of this technology, this data by other indigenous people. So that's online. You can look at that. Just Google a Geo-Indigenous Alliance Summit and you'll see that. Our focus area, again, is women and youth empowerment, climate action, food security, disaster risk resilience, and indigenous data sovereignty. So we have protocols. We've developed protocols based on indigenous values. So developing training materials on indigenous engagement, convening advisory groups of Indigenous representatives. Again, developing principles of engagement. And again, looking at the impact of this work on Indigenous people. So this is stuff that's been happening for many years in terms of mapping and using these technologies. We want to understand how this is making a difference within our own communities. So we are working with these current tribal nations, Indigenous nations around the world, and these organizations as well. And so you see Rosebud Sioux Tribe as part of that, as I represent them on this Indigenous Alliance. But it's important because in some ways that we're learning from one another. We recognize our differences and we honor that. And though we may different in terms of our languages and things like that, there's similarities that keep us together. And I think it's important work. And I'm hoping that we can work closer and closer with the International Treaty Council and those kind of efforts too going forward as we get better organized. So those things are, I think, are before us. And I think Oceti, Sakowin, and those that want to work in these areas too, we want to make that available and create those opportunities. So moving into, again, by going back into the region, this is an important map in a way because it shows the areas that I think we can work into and we are working in right now. The tribal colleges are a part of this as well, this map. And you see all the nations and their names, and again, the location of that. And so at this place called the North Central Climate Adaptation Science Center, which is funded by the USGS, all working on climate adaptation, we were able to build and develop a tribal climate leaders program. So the pictures of these five young people here are the cohort. So we fully funded them through the University of Boulder to study climate adaptation, and to apply that teaching and that learning with tribes. So each one of these individuals here have the responsibility to go back and work with their tribes to apply what they're learning for and to share that with us at the university so that we can build upon this cohort. We believe this is critical, and these are master's level students. So I had the opportunity to travel around our region here and talk about this program and to recruit. And I was amazed by the intellect that we have. That's out there right now. And though this is at the University of Colorado Boulder, we figured that this was a great investment, a great pathway to have our young people invest in them through this education and through this master's program. And so we need to keep this going. And right now we're having a hard time for the next generation for this cohort, but we're still working on that. But I do think that the partnership between Oceti and universities needs to be figured out. What role do higher education have in our partnerships in preparing a generation like this to come and work? And these young people are tremendous. They have great resumes. They get great ideas, and they're doing well in this program. And so it's believed that I think they'll finish here in the next year. The COVID kind of put them back a couple of years in terms of their training and education, but they'll be coming out here soon, and hopefully we'll bring them back next year. Maybe we can do a session with them here at our conference and talk about their work. So there's organizations around the country who work in science and want to work more effectively with Indigenous people. So this is a group of Indigenous scholars that I got to work with this year. We had a meeting in Montreal, Canada, and this was a workshop. And so these were scholars from tribal colleges, from mainstream universities, and we were there to talk about the importance of traditional knowledge and how that works within mainstream ecological education. And that's a picture of me holding a squash. I was gifted a squash by a Haudenosaunee elder, and I got to work with the two elders there in that area, the homelands there in Montreal, and he gifted me that squash, and it came from, I forget how many thousands of years he said that seeds came from for that squash. And he gave it as a reminder about the work that we have to do in terms of using food, using this squash as a teaching example for me and for others there. And so organizations like this may have an important role for the Oceti going forward in terms of building and bringing Indigenous scholars to help us on research and things like that. Again, recently, Secretary Holland came out with this statement in this article on October 10th. And she said that satellites will help us fight climate change. I've never seen an Interior Secretary in particular looking at tribal nations to incorporate satellite imagery, satellite data, Earth observation data in terms of dealing with climate change. So I want to tell you that today that our Secretary is promoting this idea. And are talking about the idea of encouraging her and other leaders at that level to plan and implement a tribal Earth observation summit to bring together the nations of our country here in a national way, a national platform to talk about this idea of how do we build a capacity for tribes to use satellite information again for climate change. And so that's in the works. And I'd love to see a resolution of support from the Oceti to the secretary recommending a summit in the very near future so that we can come together and better understand the role of government in this, the role of tribal nations, and how do we prepare again to use this information. So when I talk about that, I always remind ourselves again, our audiences, about we've always been Earth observation scientists, if you will. And our people have always adopted these things in our way, but it was in our way. We're very adaptable people. And I use this image a lot when I think about the work, when I go into a meeting with NASA or anybody else. It takes me back to our ancestors, again, the connection about how astute we were. These guys were looking for the next campsite. So they had the responsibility of gathering information to bring back to leaders. And they had tools with them that were new to them, but they still used them and they made them a relative. So that's a powerful reminder to all of us, again, that we've always had that Earth observation capability. We're just adding some new tools to that. So when I talk about Earth observations, again, it's satellite information. It's looking above the Earth. Again, Earth observation as a definition is gathering of information about planet Earth's physical, chemical, biological systems via remote sensing technologies, usually involving satellites carrying imaging devices. So last week I was in Washington, D.C. For 3 days. And I was invited by the Center Jet Propulsion Lab out of California to come in and give a presentation on Indigenous engagement. In particular, I was thinking about this meeting, thinking, how am I going to, what I'm going to learn there, what am I going to bring back here? Being a representative of my tribe and my organization, I wanted to make sure that what I spoke was the truth. What I spoke was important for them to hear and to remind them again about the nation-to-nation relationship and about who we are as Indigenous people. There was about 60 scientists in this room from this group here designing the next mission. And so they're talking about really having Indigenous input, engagement, and partnership in the next mission. When this next mission goes up, and they're scheduling it for 2028, 2029, it's going to measure a lot of these things that we heard yesterday that are important to tribes, like water, like food, and energy, and those kind of things that are important to us. And so Oceti Shankowi, I asked Phil, I said, could we send up our own satellite? And what did you say? Yes. But there's ideas like that, right? I was invited to a meeting next month in Lawton, Oklahoma. Did you know that there's a group of tribal scientists that are talking about launching their own satellites, having their own constellation of satellites going up? That's what they're going to talk about next month in Lawton, Oklahoma, and I'll share that with the group if you're interested in going. So there are people like that going around and planning and thinking about these things, and I think that's really, we're living in interesting times. But I wanted to let you know that this group here, going forward, has a real interest in supporting tribes to use this information, and why not someone like Oceti Shankowi. So we're also thinking about how we work from a regional perspective in terms of building data skills and data development among tribes. So Robin O'Malley's here. You'll hear him later, and Phil as well. We've been part of a team, if you will, of thinking about how do we think about regionally supporting tribes as they think about using data and how they build their capacity within data for planning and economic development and tribal sustainability. We think as a region, we can draw upon the expertise in that region from our tribes, helping increase our capacity. As tribe governments want to do more with less, how do we address that less part in terms of our own people for planning and, again, for better jobs? And so how do we identify that regional expertise? And that's where I think the Oceti can come in and help us identify people within your government, within your community, who has not only an interest, but has a background and skills. Because we do talk about this brain drain idea, right? We train somebody up in all these great skills, and then they find a better job. And so we have to compete with that, if we will. So what other models can we have where we can keep that expertise a little bit longer? on our tribal governments to help us address those problems and to build those pathways for training for our young people. So that's something we've been talking about. We've been planning about, and so we want to make that known to you today that there is efforts like this going. We're thinking about that and trying to figure out how we go forward. One of the new projects that I'm involved in is called EASL, Environmental Science Data Innovation and Inclusion Lab. This is at the University of Colorado Boulder. And my work there is going to serve as travel engagement coordinator. And so again, I'm here again with a representative from this group to talk to you about the importance of supporting and getting involved in data education. And how do we identify those students within our communities who can come to Boulder, who can work with us, or even develop better ways that we can do training, either online or asynchronous, or on demand. But this is a national center, and I want to carve out a region out of that national center for the Oceti Sakowin. Make sure that that we're participating in the planning for this, which we will. We'll have a summit coming up in May of next year, where we're going to come together at this in Boulder with scientists, with community, with tribal nations to identify future projects. We're going to have a cohort, so we'll be recruiting again for students to come and be a part of this, either for summer jobs, summer work, and also for scholarships for education. So this is a 5-year project. It's funded at the $22 million level, and it's for 5 years through NSF. We heard concerns about drought yesterday and the day before. So I want to emphasize the importance of this program called NOAA NIDIS, National Integrated Drought Information System. And so I've been involved with this program for many years, and I think it's a good program. And I think Oceti Sakowin is to think about how we want to work with a group like NIDIS. But again, it's all about preparing the nation for drought. And so within the NIDIS program, it's a government program out of NOAA. They want to work better and better with tribes. I know they've been trying, but I do think that organizations like the Oceti can really move them along in terms of that. So they believe in respecting tribal sovereignty, trust and reciprocity. They have something called drought early warning systems, and I think we need to talk about that as well as how we do that for our tribes. So they focus on research, prediction and forecasting, observation and monitoring, planning and preparedness, and communication and outreach. These are the 5 components that make up the system. And I think we can find ourselves interested in all those things as tribal nations. And so I think that as we go forward, there will be new funding available for this effort here. I was told that they got a plus up in some of their money. And so there's part of that's going to be earmarked for tribal nation work. So again, my call to you is how ready are we as the Oceti to look at maybe a regional effort here? Maybe it's through workshops, maybe through gathering. Maybe we need to do some research. Maybe it's about maybe more weather stations, maybe more training. But that's coming really soon. And so the more that we can prepare ourselves for these opportunities, how we bring people together to write those grants, who's going to be the fiscal agent for things like that, I think it's important. And so what can we do for that? So there's a strategy. Again, it's important that this group understands our needs and our information needs. And again, there's been consultations with this work. So they've been moving around the tribes for these past few years, talking with resource managers. Working at that resource manager level is critical. So they've been talking to them about what do we need and how to go forward. So that's coming, and that's real. In this work, I get the opportunity to travel and to be part of meetings, and I want to share these 3 ones with you. The importance of these gatherings, again, this has happened in the past. There's been efforts built upon these things. And again, I was honored to be part of the Natural Law Conference, and I know Mr. Tim Mintz is with us today, and he invited me up, and I had a great time to be with them to listen to how they think about these issues with the environment and how the Lakota think about these, and in particular their people. And it was great to really understand that and to get to work with that the best I can. Oceti Sakowin, we've been planning, and that's been great. I've been part of those meetings as well, talking about where we go from here. Then the Wind River Climate Summit, that was a youth-led effort. I know Phil talked about a future effort with youth. They did that in Wind River, and again, being a part of that was important for me. Again, just to be there and to listen to them and to take their messages that they wanted to share with me out to the world. So I really like this graphic here, and this was shared with me from the Oceti Shankoing planning team again. Again, it's another way to organize where we could go. And so my question for us and me as well is, are these tools useful to us to help us organize our thoughts? Because we're talking about something big like climate change, but also kind of big and complicated like the Oceti Shankoing. Are these things useful to us, and other tools useful to us for planning and how we do that planning to go forward with climate? So that's a logic model. And I'm really grateful that this has been done, because I've been sharing this with wherever I go, because I remind people that as Native people, we're planners. We've been planning, since time immemorial. And this is just one example of how we're doing it. So I encourage you to continue to think about these kind of things, because they're important things. They try to cover, the whole nation, if you will, and all our needs. I also want to share this concept with you as well. There was discussion these last 2 days about the differences between traditional knowledge or Lakota knowledge and Western science. And so I've been in collaboration with some folks in British Columbia as they deal with the truth and reconciliation work there for many years now. And so they have this, the government and those non-native entities have this need to collaborate with Indigenous people for resource management, for education and such, and economic development. And they wrestle with this idea of how do you bring these things together. If you do, the term they used at one time was integration. Can you bring them together? And finally, one of the Indigenous scholars says, we don't need to do that. We need to honor and respect what they are individually and keep the integrity of what they are. So they came up with this thing called ethical space. So it's creating a place for knowledge systems to interact with mutual respect, kindness, generosity, and other basic values and principles. All knowledge systems are equal. No single system has more weight or legitimacy than the other. And finally, the last point was, one system does not need the other to corroborate it to achieve eternal validity. To me, this is interesting, because this is a potential pathway for us as we have work with science, and those that work with science and organizations like the government when it comes to making decisions about our land in the future. Ethical space could be, we could Lakotaize it, if you will, make it our own. But it's an idea, again, that tribes are using in Canada. And I'm wondering if there's interest here in the Oceti Shankoing, or we can apply it for ourselves. And we have people who work with this right now. And they're negotiating with it right now in terms of land and resource management. So, again, I leave you with that as well. It's interesting because when we talk about ethical space, we look at these two systems, these two worldviews, and how we come to the end of it. One's science management and one's living. The difference between indigenous and non-indigenous systems. And ethical space sits in that middle. But I thought this is another way to represent maybe the diversity of thinking between indigenous people and non-indigenous people, and how we look at the creator, earth, story, protocol, management principles, and living. Whereas a non-native is God, queen, constitution, legislation, policy, and science management. So again, that's just another representation of what we're talking about when we're trying to organize our thoughts, think about what this is, then how do we go forward? So as I wrap up, I want to leave with at least some concepts here in terms of what a regional collaboration could look like. I think we do need a vision again. We've had visions, but do we need another shared vision among the Oceti Shankoing tribes? What does that look like? How do we do that? Partnerships. This conference did not come together without partnerships. One tribe can't do it alone. That's been our strength as the Oceti, is that we all work together. And I like to use this word platform and collaborative action. Like what can we do today that's going to allow us to share information, to work together, to keep each other informed, but also to encourage each other. Whenever I hear something good that's happening in Indian country, I'm really happy, because mainstream media don't do that for us, right? I live in Rapid City, and every story you hear on the news is bad about our people, what's happening. That's real. That stuff happens. But also to balance it, what else is happening? And I do think that we need We need to look at our radio stations. We need to look at developing podcasts. We need to look at using these communication tools that are available to us today to tell our story and to share that with each other, to encourage each other. And so that all generations are hearing sort of the same thing from the Oceti Sakowin and how we're tackling and working with climate change. Goals and metrics. A lot of us, we do a lot of things, but how effective are we doing? Is it making a difference? Every time I talk about these ideas, somebody else comes back to saying, James, is that going to solve a problem? Or you're just doing that just to write a paper or get some kind of an accolade? But we need goals and we need metrics. How do we measure our success if we build this stuff with Oceti going? And again, it's all about decision making. What are things that we need to make good decisions, and how do we do that going forward? Leadership and communication. I'm always impressed with our people. Wherever I go, there seems like there was always a Lakota there that's been there before me, making a difference in whatever it is. So we have leadership. It's part of our culture. But how do we communicate that? How do we build that leadership up to increase the visibility of this work? We all will go back home after this meeting and we'll talk about it. We'll remember what we remember. But what's discouraging, they say, is science and research said we'll only remember 7% of what we heard. How does that make you feel if we only remember 7% of what we heard? So, so we have to do better at that, right? And so I think we need leadership within the Oceti to be climate ambassadors, to keep it in front of people. Because there's so much going on in our communities. I know that. Many real issues, and I know that. But where does our role play as leaders and to communicate these issues going forward? Finally, I think that, we're starting where we're starting. Expansion, scale, and sustainability is important. I think, how do we build that capacity again to expand and sustain and scale? We're starting at some place like Rosebud, for instance. There's a plan there. And I heard the issue and need for a plan for all tribes. Do we need a plan per tribe, or do we maybe have something broader at a regional scale? And I would say we need both. We need both, and we need to also understand beyond just a region what's happening and how that impacts us. That's all important. You think about the fires. When those fires happen in California and Montana, Northwest, that smoke doesn't go someplace else. Sometimes it comes this way. And we know we have people, our elders and our vulnerability populations have health issues, and that affects them, that smoke. So we need to think about those things, and important. I think that's important. So as I wrap up, I love this quote by Vine Deloria. I'm going to read it for you, even though I know you can read it. Who will find peace with the lands? The future of humankind lies waiting for those who will come to understand their lives and take up their responsibilities to all living things. Who will listen to the trees, the animals, and birds, the voices of the places of the lands? As the long forgotten peoples of the respective continents rise and begin to reclaim their ancient heritage, they will discover the meaning of the lands of their ancestors. That is when the invaders of the North American continent will finally discover that for this land, God is red. And also, I also bring Alexi Albert Whitehead into my work as well. And I worked with him many years at Central Gillespie University, and he gave me this quote to share. Even though he knew he was going to leave, he said, James, share this with the people wherever you go. He said, if we are going to save the earth, we need to communicate with creation. I advise you to go back to creation. Talk to them. The only way we can save our grandmother, the earth, is to get reattached. I admonish young people not to wait. It's good to communicate with your relatives. So with that, I want to thank you. Wopila Tonka Chichi Apolo, Midaki Oyasi. Any questions, concerns, comments? Yeah. Heartburn. Bring them on. Okay.
So, Chante Washte, Chuzapelo, Mi Champi, Hochoka Washte. I'm the Regional Equity Director at Thunder Valley CDC. One of the reasons we kind of found out late about this, and so we wanted to come up here and be a part of it. And so, great opportunity to get to meet everybody and see how things roll. It's a really good opportunity here. And one of the things that we were talking about at Thunder Valley with this, and I guess I had a few questions and comments, but we talking about a strategic climate plan. And I heard you mention a few times either just tribally, the old divide and conquer theory, where you're looking at, well, the Sichongu, the Oglala, all separate, or Oceti Sakowin, which this is what it's actually named. And so we threw some ideas around and we had a chance to check out if anybody else, the Paris Climate Agreement. And so when you go on there and look, I believe there's 25 different countries that are a part of that. The United States itself pulled out, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Trump. But one of the things with that, though, is if you go into there and you look at their plans, they already have 5 to 10 year strategic plans over 25 different countries as to what they're going to be doing in an effort to reduce climate change. And so when we talk in a strategic plan, I know my boss, Tate Means, was suggesting, and to bring this here to everybody, is to take a look at the new Green Deal, the Paris Climate Agreement, and how the Oceti Sakowin can come together with a plan in an effort to utilize the new Green Deal for each one of our tribes in the Oceti Sakowin, but also with the Paris Climate Agreement. Because when you go in there and read and look at what they're doing, they have money for resources. So as a sovereign entity, coming in as the Oceti Sakowin, we'd have the opportunity to not only, get grants and different things and raise funds federally with the things that they have, but also working internationally with other countries in an effort to get funds and, get some help. So we can help at least in our reservations, our POW camps, however you want to say that, but to actually make an effort to come up with some good ideas, and so we can start making our way towards some of those things. There's so many things you can look at, and we talked a lot about those here. Moving to Buffalo, moving to our Tatanka Oyate is always a good option with carbon emissions. There's so many things. Moving to electrical, solar wind farms, anything like that. So I just wanted to put that out there for everybody as we're sitting here thinking about how to develop a strategic plan and what it is and how we're going to move forward. And I always think together is better. I think of the arrow concept. One arrow will snap on its own, but you put 7 arrows together, it's going to be pretty tough to break them. So that's kind of all I wanted to say and talk about some of that stuff. So when we move forward with that strategic plan, to keep those things in mind. So Pilami Pilo, thank you.
Thank you.
James, James.
Yes, sir.
James. Victor has a comment.
Yeah, I'm about ready to head on home. And I believe the conference we held here is really successful. James went through just about everything that I could think of in trying to bring the Oyate together to make the planning. As I was sitting there listening, I began to recall some stories I heard a long time ago about how our people were living in the East Coast area, and climate change came. I think the bison, forest bison, became extinct in the East around 16 to 1700, somewhere around there. And the surviving groups of buffalo were in the plains area. So at that time, there was a beginning of movement back to the plains. At that time, when our people lived in East Coast, say around North Carolina and Ohio, that area, the society was dominated by the matrifocal society, in which the women took the lead. That the lineage was traced on women's side. The old grandmothers, Unchi, are the ones who were the leaders of each clan. and through them, the leadership passed. When they lived in the East area, there's actually nothing that the men could do economically because it was a horticultural, agricultural society in which the women dominated. So, but that began to dry up. Right now, when I was looking at that time frame, I went back and was looking at climate change throughout the history. And one of the things that were coming to there was the beginning of the end of like some of the cycles of the trees would begin to become extinct. They began to migrate or go to wetter climates. Today, the birch bark is now moving out from East Coast, and it'll probably die out due to that climate change. But at that time, there was this idea of the change that was taking place. So the women began to launch meetings with the various groups saying, we're about ready to move now. But we must give up our lifestyle. We must now focus on male or patriarchal societies in which the males will dominate. Because as we leave this area, the hardships of what they're going through is going to be, the burden's going to be on them. So they planned that society, and I think that's kind of universal among all the tribes, how they planned it. The women sat down and said, we must give up our matrifocal society and pose it to the mankind, to the men, so they can begin that. So after they began to plan, then they moved. They moved from that East Coast, and the earmark was back to the Black Hills, where they're moving towards in three groups. As one of the story goes that they were doing like leapfrogging, one to go first, the other second. But the Santi were always going last, which is the mother group. So as I was listening to how they planned it, everything was covered. Just recently, my daughter had called a meeting among us to have a memorial for or a feast for my wife who had died a little over a year ago. So I kind of recall how they were in charge of doing the things. Mostly it led up to a feast. So as I recall that there are a lot of planning put in there, and also the idea of the climate change was there that provoked the movement westward. But as I looked at that, every 72 years, our people make that decision to change their cultural lifestyle. Every 72 years. That's an extended generation system. The Washicha go by 30-year generations. But this extended generation involved the grouping also the grandparents in the system. So it is said that every 72 years we must make a change or we will not survive as a group. And I looked back at the Winter Council and found every 72 years you have to take a focal point like the year 2000 when there was this earth wobble that came every 72 years. The oldest member in the family was about 70 years old or 72. So that was taken as the time of change that we had. So in year 2000, the cycle came to an end. The calendars of all the tribes that were going by was now coming to an end. The earth had made its circle all the way around half a billion years around the Milky Way and then set for that change. So, but as I looked at the winter counts, every 72 years from us, I took the year 2000 and went back to 72 and found that the winter counts, there were changes of lifestyle that people had to move. And that reason was a climate change. As they moved from one location to the other, it was planned in that way. So as I was sitting there kind of going back to the memory, and what James was looking at is a climate change, how our people had meetings and the plan of that change. Everything was covered. So that our movement from East Coast took 100 years for them to arrive at the Minnesota, and then from there to the Black Hills. But in all that was the planning, how the women had to give up their lifestyle, and how men began to dominate because life was harsher and they had to depend on them to work off the land and hunt the buffalo and all that. So the emphasis now placed taken off that, and as that period came to an end, then we began to look at going into reservation times. So now both the women and the men had to consider lifestyle in a bifocal system, in which males and females dominate their lifestyle. That's why if you look up their names, some of us had double names because both from each clan. We're not unilineal, in which we go back to use one name all the way down the line. We have to go look at other sites. So those are all really planning in that. And at that time, when they planned to move, they also looked at how things will come together when we migrate west, when we move westward. It was decided that each camp had to have a child every 4 years so that they won't get overpopulated. And if you look at every 4 years, I'm amazed that our family systems were usually a child of 5 years old would usually carry their brother or sister around, and they'll take care of them. It prepares them for life as they would go throughout life, and they will have children, and they will depend on that, the idea of the sharing that responsibility with the parents. So I was amazed that the siblings of the women usually took care of their siblings. So every 4 years, when you look at that and we calculate that, it's going to be 7 per family. So you have a child every 4 years, and when you reach 16, it's the fourth. Usually a family of 7 with 2 parents and the 5 children. So when they reach that time, it would be about 16 or 17. In our society, they mature faster than the Washichus. So you're of a marriageable age when you're about 15 or 16. So at one time, studies were done how to plan to get our people through that. Today, we graduate in high school at 17 or 18. We must set our system for them to graduate early in that. So because of maturity, our people come faster. Those are all the planning that was set in, that they fixed the number of 7 per family. Now, of course, it's not maintained that way. There's a child every 2 years sometimes. So all these were intense planning as I was looking at. It all depended on climate change, how we're able to sustain ourselves. Myself, it took a heavy toll of life lost in my family, in which I lost 2 son-in-laws, 2 grandsons, my wife, and then a lot of nieces and nephews. I kept them all in my household because they could not sustain the living system because their providers lost their lives. So I realized that much of this family planning had to begin, because I don't want to leave this earth without them unprepared for what's ahead. And it's going to be tough ahead. When you look forward, things will get real tough. So more and more we have to begin to plan. And this is a good setting of how we can achieve that. As we look at the essentials of life, hula kota is one essential of life, where it entails just about everything I talked about with regard to planning, how the kinship terms came in, how behavioral patterns begin to regulate our lives. And I'm sad to see that a lot of that is going away. I love to tease my brother-in-laws, but I'm running out of them. So we have to begin to plan to use our kinship system, to revitalize it today, make it appropriate in today's setting. And then when you have that, then you have respect. So all those were planned by our people as we all met as a group. And as we moved out away from each other, we still maintain that collection. Our parent group, the Vedewa Kantua, usually regulate those. And as our people moved out from the plains area, they called the trade fairs together and scolded our younger groups that they were getting entangled in secular affairs, more on materialism, trading, and all that. So that when I was sitting there, I was thinking when James was talking about all the planning things that he had designed and was going through, and he said, "What 70%, 7% are just cheering, not doing anything." But in our lifestyle, everybody took part. The Jewish by the leader was a nut job or a grandfather. He knew all the needs of his family. Imagine that. I have roughly about maybe 15 grandchildren, and I'm only really working with only 10 of them. And the 5 are not hardly ever see them, but when I see them, I try to get together with them and talk. But we're losing that connection in the long run. So I was thinking, this is good that we have this planning, and call it the Oceti Sakowin is what we want to go back to. We are powerful when we're all united under that system. As we got into IRA governments, and we start splitting apart and start just like the stars are. The Big Bang came out, and the stars are close to it, and they start moving away. So just as that happens today, that we're beginning to become fractured under the IRA government system, and we must go back to that. We must go back and bring all the 16 reservations and the 10 or 11 reserves up in Canada back together and work together as a group, because we're powerful as a group. Look at Little Big Horn. All the 7 council fires that existed were there, all representatives, upwards of 12,000 people united. And like City most said, we must fight them with a closed fist. We're weakened when we open our fist. We cannot fight with an open fist. So that idea was really strong to unify. But it's really hard today, what we're going through. The economics don't allow us to do all that. And we must go back to sharing our lifestyle together so we will survive this. And that's the heart and soul of our cultural lifestyle. We survived by uniting. That's how the 7 council fires were created. They're created only for the fact of promoting togetherness, what we call commonwealth, not a political unit, as a social unit that drove us to unite together. And begin to realize that if you work alone as a group, then you're going to get overwhelmed by other tribes. And also, when you go out and do economic chores as a group, you survive better rather individually. So again, before I go, I enjoyed this meeting. I hope many more of this will take place so we can come at a conclusion what we can do so that our grandchildren may survive, the best way they could. And again, hard times are coming. And as a group, we can all come together, comfort each other, and be able to set a lifestyle that our grandchildren will sit and begin to develop the way we did. So with that, I'd like to say Pilamai for me making these presentations and talking in public, and hope that all of you will remember to continue this work that we've done. And time is running out, and we have to begin to provide for our grandchildren in the future, how they're going to survive and what's coming. So with that, thank you.
Wopilai Chichelo, Victor. Before the next presenter, while he's coming up to set up his computer, I'd like to remind us of the 3 things that keeps the Oceti Sakowin together, and I learned that from my elders, is the chanupa, the pipe, the ceremonies, the teachings, the Lakota language, and Wolakota, respect between the generations. For a long time, we've been operating under the colonial constitution, under the IRA, but we also understood that we live in a traditional form of government, which is your home. You've been living as a traditional government all along, but you didn't realize it because that's your tiwahe. You in your tiwahe, you have a leader. You have your ate and your ina that controls, that rules that that home. The next level is the tioshpaye, oshpaye, and the oyate. There is no divide and conquer when you operate as the Oceti Sakowin under those three guiding principles, the Chanupa, Wolakota, and Lakota Iapi. Okay, Bilama, Bilo.
Thank you, Phil. Our next, yes, question? All right, yes, sir. Name and affiliation, please. Microphone.
Mihilo, Wachitanka, Ugalala Lakota, Artsimika Mihilo. I am a fluent American Indian speaker. I can say Pine Ridge, IHS, VIA, Indian Review, Indian Planning. I'm an expert at that. But as a Lakota speaker, I'm still in grade school. But I do know things. Wichakchala, that's who I am today. The people you've mentioned up there this morning, the Albert Whitehead, Vine Deloria Jr. I like to think of others in my generation that were part of the whole idea of Lakota thought. Mia lo American Indian shni. Mia lo Indian shni. Mia lo Ogalala Lakota. That's who I am. I have nephews, many people that I look to today as being one of the elders, being part of this generation that brought these opportunities for you today to be here. They didn't sit down to plan, they did action. Words were not something to be spoken, but action afterwards. My brother Bill Means, I call him that because I've known his family. I've known Russell because we used to dance together in 1955 at they call the Sundance at Pine Ridge. I knew Vine Deloria Jr. because he went to Alcatraz and was on that island and they arrested him. I was on that island. We have led the way, and I have my nephew sitting here. So I hope that you will think about that. The United States government has planned us out of existence, but we're still here. It's because of who we are as Lakota. The important thing I want to say is in 3 areas that this young nephew of mine presented up here. We need to have a clearinghouse, some place where we can send information. We have well-educated people, but they can't find a place on the reservation. Or I'm from Rapid City, and they call me an urban Indian. You forget about us that's here every day and confront those issues. we confront the issues is because good, bad, or indifferent, the Oyate in here are our people. Nobody else takes care of them, but we take care of them here. We're there for them. There's always this dichotomies that exist in humankind and in nature. And that is, it will always be. There's war, there's peace, there's love, there's hate. These are things that, these dichotomies, you have to find balance. And the only way we're going to find balance is first taking care of our own Lakota people, ourselves. Don't expect somebody else to come in and take care of you. If you were raised in a boarding school, or if you were raised someplace else, but you still in your hearts you have this about being who you are, then you must be dedicated yourself to make those changes. Nobody's going to come on a white horse like an Ajax man and touch you and it's going to change. Action is now. As Lakota men, we have a responsibility. And I challenge you today. I challenge you today to create in your schools the wisdom of my brother that just got up and spoke, my elderly brother, to put an elderly group in your schools. Don't wait for, can we speak Lakota language? Have them come in and sit there. I've done that in schools. I see the success of it because those children come in the front door and then they go out the back door. I used to ask them, hey, I know your grandparents and I know your parents. And I would say to them, these young children, and some of them are here today that are grandfathers now. I was a rough uncle. If they complained about their folks, I would take them to task. As Matio, you didn't go around and slap your kids, you let your uncle do that. That way you brought harmony to your family. And so I'd ask him, well, I'll talk to your folks. And he didn't say that. I said, I know your grandparents. I visited with them. I'll talk to them. They'd say, no, don't talk to them. Because they knew that that's where those values lie. Not 10, but only 4 Lakota values. Not to lie, not to cheat, not to steal, and not to disrespect. Those 4 values must start with you. And you must give it to others. And believe in them and trust them. We have no trust. But who took the trust? That's what I say. Education is the key to change. Lakota, wo Lakota is the key. We have young people that are scientists. Do you ever think about wo Lakota in Lakota physics? We have it in our stories about the night moon, the night sun. This morning early, I get up early. Chikie, and pray. I prayed for us. I prayed for all of you, everybody, as the birds were singing, as I could see other animals out there. In my relationship to see them, I thank them for this day, this opportunity that I could come here. I was apprehensive, but I know battle. I love that to get something. I know how to win. But we're in a war, a cultural war. But it is someone's going to come and lead you out of it. It starts here, now. That's my challenge to you. From one man to another. I have a lot of young warriors throughout the reservation in this town. I was appointed some years ago. I said, no, I don't want to do that. And he said, you're going to do it. If you don't do it, who's going to do it? Oliver Red Cloud, Charles, my grandpa's, Charles Red Cloud, Frank Foolscrow, all those people that taught me who I was as mentors. I bring them. They're here. Their spirit is here. I think about the dedication. Think of those that have given you this opportunity today. Don't waver. Paint up your pony. Get ready. Because it's here. Pelo.
Thank you, Art. It's good to see you again. Thank you for coming. One more comment, then we got to get to Terry Hotchkiss. Yes.
He's a tough one to come up behind. So there's at least two Phils here, so I just want to make sure you know this is Phil Baird. And real quick, I have to leave, but I just wanted to offer this thought that the written word is powerful, and we talked about that yesterday. But I had a reaction to Deb Holloman being quoted as saying, we have to fight climate change. And that to me is a whole different way of looking at the world that we're dealing with. And as soon as you say fight, then that means there's a loser. And we got to be careful of those words. I think you have a chance with this regional center come out. I really like the idea. You got all the pieces, James. So, congratulations for your work and what have you. But I think we have a chance also to educate the world. We use the word "are" quite a bit. And I got a pet peeve with that. We know what the history of the R word has done with the people, and yet we've been colonized to use that, and I know you have to use it in NASA and wherever, but the R word invokes again a negative, and I just adopted my own term, and it's appreciative inquiry. Now, you could translate that any ways you want, Lakota Scouts or whatever, but I just want to offer that because I think anything you put together needs to have a framework. And I think you have a chance to put a Lakota perspective and maybe clarify or articulate better what we're doing. But to say we're in a fight with Nchi, that doesn't even rest good with me. And our kids are going to run as soon as they hear that there's a battle here. The only one at risk is the two-leggeds. That's the amazing part about this. The only thing that's detrimental is when it all boils down to the two-leggeds. And we know there's a much bigger part of the universe. James, two things real quickly. In your overture, I was wondering what happened to, I believe it was chapter 12 of the last National Climate Change deal, where they finally opened up a chapter for Native perspectives there. So any thoughts of that? And then part two, I've been looking, every time I go through Pier, I look at Wakwasicha, that building, and it's just sitting there. And like now, my boss said, we got to move forward with that and see if we can talk to the tribes about capturing that. And I just assume be in the Black Hills for obvious reasons. But wherever we can go, the tribes have some say in that reconciliation center there. And I'm taking it from reconciliation to innovation. But to do everything you talked about, this would be a great place for that. And we can get tribal governments to come up and support us. So I just offer those as ideas, thoughts about the future we're in. Here at Centeglas University we're in. And I know I better quit now because Terry Hodges is getting ready to talk about fire. And I have to leave because one of my most favorite songs was Light My Fire by the Doors. I'm showing my age here, so I'm going to shut up.
Oh, I still. Thank you, Phil. Good to see you, Phil. Phil Barron, thank you for coming, and we appreciate always the support of Central Gloucester University. We want to get our presentations in this morning, and I appreciate everybody's comments, and that tells me that you care about these issues, and that's important. I want to introduce Terry Hodgkiss. Terry comes from the BIA Fire Management. Terry is a Hunkpapa Lakota from Fort Yates, North Dakota. He has over 30 plus years with the Bureau of Indian Affairs Wildland Fire Management and has responded to fires across the United States. He has supervisory and hands-on firefighting experience, and he just told me here that he's retiring soon. So not only is he retiring from the BA, we got to put him to work here again. So Terry, this is just beginning. So thank you for coming and welcome.
Good morning. How Dakiapi. I want to ask first, as I stand here and speak before you, my elders, to give me this opportunity. As we move forward, I learn. And today, and this week, I've learned a lot, especially from our elders as they spoke. The knowledge that they have that is being passed down, the stories as we hear is something new to the young generation, the future generation that's coming up. So how do we as people, indigenous people, our tribes, how do we save that? And how do we pass it down to the future generation coming up? So with that, I want to go on with my presentation, the culture, the burning of the indigenous people. We had practices long before the Western settlers came through to the West that has, as I looked and researched some of this, is that they are developing it now. And with that, the culture burning that we had, I did like, and I was really impressed with James, what he talked about. A lot of what I'm going to talk about is what he talked about, is that the picture of the three on their horses, they were looking, pointing, observing, gathering information for us, for them. In part of that is, as natives, we lit fires from a small to a large fire and controlled fires. And why? That was as the buffalo, the four-legged, migrated back and forth through their migration territories. It was for food. It was for us as we planned each and every season as we moved with the buffalo. It promoted healthy services for the vegetation that the buffalo ate, that we took from the buffalo. The animals provided food for us. Throughout this week, we've talked about the buffalo's resiliency and how it has survived and how it has taught us as people and what we need to do to continue to live with them. It's a continued effort at all times. Thinking back to the philosophy of the tribe, the medicine, once we burn that ground, the medicine returned in tenfold. And now we don't see that because of the climate change. the droughts that we go through. They just talked about the large fires in California, that's devastation that it has on the land itself. As we go forward to teach the new and upcoming young folks in the BIA or the tribe that are going to continue to control burning for us. It's a practice that we've had many, many, many years ago. And now, as the people, we need to teach and continue with that. And on the bottom there, as we moved from camp to camp, we burnt around the campsite for a number of reasons. One, we burned so we could see what was coming. If there was a fire coming, we could see that. But the other part of it was our enemies, if they were going to come in and attack us. So that grass was burnt for protection. But we knew as people, once we up and moved and followed the migration of the buffalo, that was going to come back. As we moved and burnt certain areas in migration from the spring to the summer to the fall, and winter would come in, we would have that moisture. So as the buffalo come back in the spring, the Buffalo Nation from the north, that grass was growing. Those little grass that they talked about, the shoots. Whereas they would just take a certain amount off and leave it and move on. Where a cow will take everything down to the root so nothing can grow back. So what happens is that the woody species, the invaders that was brought, the noxious weeds that were brought, grow, and they take our natural native grasses away from the buffalo and the other four-legged animals to eat. So now what do we have? We have all of these types of invaders that we deal with when we burn. And how do we control those? We have to use chemicals. But one we can always use is the sheep. Is resilient to eating that, and it takes and kills that noxious weed, those woody species. So in today's modern day planning for fire, we gather all this information and we put it in a document like what we have here. But we need the input from the tribes to help us with this. This is our lands, where we come from. And we want that input to bring back those native grasses so we have what we need to sustain our four-legged animals. So that's part of all the gathering, working with what we have to work with now, both sides, meaning the federal government and the tribes. We have to compromise and come with an end product. But as a people of our tribes, we have lots of power. And that power needs to come forefront now as we move forward in this new age. In implementing the burn itself, in how we burn, there's all types of burning. There's a back burn that consumes everything at a slow rate. You got a head fire, as we see in California. It just roars right over everything and it consumes everything. But if we went in to do a back burn and teach our old ways, why we burnt for the four-legged and did a back burn. That would consume everything on that forest floor slow and burn and burn. And you can manage at that time. But we can't manage a fire with the wind that's going 30, 40 miles an hour. And that's devastation to everybody. But if we can manage and do a back burn, that helps us. And we're able to control the environment at that time. As a prescribed burning, again, like I said, there's all types of burn plans, burning that you can do, but I really like doing the back burning. Just let it burn naturally, consume everything that it has to do. And what happens when we burn? It's a renewal process for everything that is in that life, that circle. We look at everything that comes up after a burn, because that rain, that snow is going to come. Not like it used to, because we're in a different world, a climate, a change that's affecting all of us. So we have to look at what moisture, what that lightning and rain, that thunder that comes to us, and it brings rain. So as that grass comes up, it's a renewal of new life for all of us. And that's when we, as our people, we can manage that resource. So as we talked in the first day, our elders that came up and spoke, and throughout the week we talked about the Tatanka, the buffalo, and how it survives. And it teaches us. In 1988 at Yellowstone, one of my very first fires, I've seen a lot of buffalo. And they knew where to go as I observed and watched. And they knew where to stand when that fire was coming. And they always went the other way with the fire. As they got out of the smoke and fire, they stood there and looked back at everything before they went again. So that teaching of that buffalo has always been with us. I asked my mother-in-law to talk a little bit about her stories and what they mean. She's here today. She's 86 years old. And I'm going to play a little video over here. It's about a 9-10 minute video. But these stories that we have to pass on and keep is a key component of what we have as a Nakota people. So I'm going to play this. If I can get out of here, Phil. Back to the front. I need to back up to the beginning. Where is it at? It's on the very front screen. Oh, look, it is right down there. It's right here. There it is. Yeah. Okay.
Emmy, yellow elk, dwarf, and Montelpi. I'm from Standing Rock. I'm 86 years old. I lived here all my life. And my grandma is from Pine Ridge Reservation. She was born at Oglala, and her Lakota name was Tokichui, and she was a medicine woman. She heals people with her medicine, and she prays for us as children growing up. We didn't have no clinics, we didn't have no doctors in our community. And so when we're sick, my dad would go after her, and she would come and she would pray and heal us in our sicknesses. And she also did this for people in the community. The Wahayamani Oyanke, what is now Porcupine, they called it Porcupine, North Dakota. They changed the name, but and I remember her relatives coming from Pine Ridge and brought her a beaded dress and hair ties and leggings and moccasins as a gift. And I remember the families that came, their last names were Belt and Singing Goose. And my grandma's um, brother's name was Charlie Black Bear. And he was they're both very traditional. My grandma never spoke English, and she never wore shoes. She always wore a long dress and braids, and she has always wore a shawl. And I remember as a child, she raised me, so I remember her walking beside her as a child, just skipping along, and she would have a long stick like a staff she walked with, and she would be talking to someone. She'll be talking to someone, and someone is answering her, because she always say, huh, huh, like she's saying, okay, all right, all, now I know that she was walking and praying, that she was grateful. This is spring weather, so she is grateful that she's again walking on the green grass, and we're going for a walk. She would do this. And so that's how I learned to have faith in Rakantaka. That was my beginning of my faith. And about Charlie, my grandpa Charlie, Allah Charlie, he was very knowledgeable about the thunder beings, the thunderstorms. That's what they were. And when there were thunderstorms were very severe in those days in my childhood, it seems. And he would be the lookout person for our family, would tell us to take cover or whatever. And he would always tell us not to wear any shiny jewelry or cover the mirrors in the house with something because the lightning will strike. And so we did this, and he would tell us that the thunder beings were horses, and their hoofs were pounding where the thunders, and there's fire out of their nostrils starts the fires. And so when this happens, they start the fires where it needs to burn vegetation that needs to be regrowth. And so that's what happens. And they always say, Dosha, yeah, asniapta. And sure enough, the rain would come and put out the fire. And this happens in the prairies and around our house and in the forest or in the trees that need regrowth. And that's what happens.
Phil, I need to move there. Okay, there we go. There. Yep. Should be able to get back to her. I want to thank my mother-in-law for that, as she is in teaching my children, my wife, our children. It's a everyday process, but she teaches, she educates, and we learn. And as we had the elders here earlier today and the ones that have spoke, I was able to process, gather all that knowledge. It broadened my horizon as a young man in what I need to learn and why I need to learn it to pass it on to my children. As she spoke a little bit, it talks about the fire ecology in the ecosystem. The efforts of fire to open up the ecosystem. And James talked about that fire in California as it travels, it gets up into the air, and we all experienced it here. Even in Rapid City, when they have large fires, where does that smoke travel? As the jet stream comes over from the northwest, our predominant winds, it travels down into the lower valleys, and it goes to Pine Ridge, Rosebud, and out east. And we feel that effect from Canada and from California as a jet stream comes up in the ecosystem and it drops all that smoke. And it has an effect, as James said, and the other one said, on the people who have breathing problems. And it affects all of us one way or the other, not only the people, but the four-legged that are out there. So this ecosystem that we have, how do we work with it? They talk about the turtle. There's 13 on the back of the turtle. We had 13 seasons, 13 months. We had 4 seasons, as I spoke earlier. But now, one gentleman spoke earlier about those seasons come later or they don't come at all. So that affects us and our lands in the ecosystem itself. One gentleman talked about the extinction of certain animals. And they talk about that 1.5 or 2 point degree Fahrenheit. If it rises that, what's going to happen to us? What's going to happen and who's going to be here in the end? So that plays a big factor in the ecosystem. They talk about the glaciers melting, the water rising, and it's going to start flooding the outer edges of North America. Is it too late? Can we teach, meaning the indigenous people teach, and integrate with what James talked about and what he's developed with his organizations? They want to hear from us. So as people, we need to work with James, work with and getting that information disseminated now, how we burned and why we burned and when we burned for certain areas. So in the end, we talk about balancing the benefits and the threats of fire. If we're able to go out and manage and do those control burns, which we have done for years and years and years, we can balance and we didn't have those catastrophic fires out in California or right here. We've seen it before in the hills. I've been here and suppressed a lot of those fires. But if we can teach and implement the prescribed burning practices with the organizations, the government, and the tribe, we can work hand in hand and come to a conclusion, that end product of what we want and what they want, so we can continue to live within our circle. Fire, again, brings a renewal of life, not only to the plants, but to the animals, but to us. In my closing, I would like to share what I found on the prairie, what had come to me. But I'm going to ask 2 gentlemen that I have taken to this site to come up and explain and help me. And as I learn to this site that I went, it's a special site. And the 2 gentlemen would be Mr. Tim Mintz and Mr. Phil Two Eagle. I have taken to this site, and we talk about the Tonka, the buffalo. We're going to see a buffalo. And what does that mean to us as Lakotas, Dakotas? There's 7 buffalo at this site. And there's a number of other, you want to call them effigies, you want to call them rock formations, prayer circles. It's a huge site. So at this time, I would like to bring up Tim and Phil, and we'll go through a slideshow, a little presentation, and what the buffalo and how it survived amongst us and what it teaches us as people. And I have one slide I'd like to share with you, is what Chief Red Cloud has said. Now be brave and fight for what you love. The elders say that one of Crazy Horse World cries. And one of the elders spoke at the very beginning, and he talked about Unchi Maka is going to last forever, but we're going to go on. We're going to make our journey, but she's always going to be here. So what do we have to do to help her in this climate change that we are facing now? What are we going to teach our young ones? How are we going to teach our young ones? What knowledge do they need to know before the end? But she will always be here, Mother Earth, grandmother. The strong hearts to the front. What does that mean? It's we, as the men, we have to step up. We have to prepare and be ready in this climate change. And where do we go with it? So with that, before I move on, is there any questions, comments on fire?
Artsimiga, I'm always full of questions as an educator. One of the things we look at, in 1959, we had a fire up at Deadwood. And I always said, who did they come and went to Pine Ridge and they loaded us all up there to go and fight the fire. Anytime there was a fire in the Black Hills, we always had Lakota firefighters, the black hats and those. But we never seen anybody that was taking, that had gathered their wealth from the forest, the lumber companies, or those services, the lumber yards. They'd always say, well, we'll get Indian people to come up and fight the fires. And I always said, Washicho, one thing he did is that he really tried to make the Black Hills black. And with that question is that as an economist, we have 9 reservations in a large landmass. Many of that is landmass, as you pointed out, is grasslands. All the animals, all the cows, we're not selling land, we're selling grass. If your grass is burned out, who's going to lease it? Who provides, what is your budget or like that to preserve, to go out and look at those places that would be hazardous to the communities? Because there has been fires that came just recently from Nebraska on Pine Ridge that burned in massive areas, and there's no restoration. But we have people there. Our Lakota people are wealthy people, but they're disenfranchised and disinherited to use their own land. Cobell case proved that fact that the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Department of Interior, had misused Lakota wealth. I guess my question is, what do you see for the future that Lakota people together can really be the stewards of their own land?
Very good question, and I appreciate it. As Lakota, Dakota, Nakota people, we gather all this information and have a collaboration amongst the 9 tribes. And we put that in a format so the Bureau, the tribe, and the council can move forward with it and ask for what can you do for us to help us. But you have said, as people, we're strong, we're knowledge, we have a lot of knowledge. But there is a program within the Bureau called Fields Management. And that program will go out amongst the reservation and look at what you had talked about, the most probable and devastation that it's going to have within the community, around the community. So we put a plan in action, pre-plan, and we look at where we're going to burn. We look at history, 10 years, 20 years of where all these fires have gone on a reservation. And we implement that burn plan like I talked. When's the best time to burn for it? So we have other folks that range management will go out, biologists. They'll take a look at and they bring back their knowledge and they put it in and it spits out that burn plan. You know, they're probably this thick, but they look at all the avenues of what's out there and why we're going to burn it. Number one is for protection of our people in those communities. And there's a lot of scientific data out there for prescribed burning out in the prairies to get rid of those noxious weeds, those invaders, and bring back the native grasses. So it has changed. We've had 4 seasons. Now we still have the 4 seasons, but when are they coming? One of the gentlemen talked about fire is not 6 months anymore. It's 12 months because it's a climate change and it's affecting all of us. So there is a fields program, and when the tribes 638 that, they bring that fields program with them.
I just had one more thought, is that some years ago, all these lands, like the national grasslands, are underneath the Department of Agriculture, or underneath national parks, that are really Lakota lands, but were turned into a common by man's face as put on Mount Rushmore, Teddy Roosevelt, took our lands and opened it as a common for all Americans. I always thought that it would be good from the pure national grasslands to the Black Hills, Ogallala National Grasslands, that tribes together could manage it, or even the national parks. To 638, all those contracts for self-determination. The state of South Dakota, I was a commissioner of Indian Affairs. The state of South Dakota collects revenue off of those leasing of those lands. None of it goes to the tribes. But the state of South Dakota counts all the Lakota people. those on and off the reservation for the revenue sharing from the federal government. I've served probably about 6 governors and probably around 19 different tribes. And that always becomes a question that we never communicate those needs that were the federal government and the states double dip from federal money, and they count us twice. But still, we do not have the authority, or should have the authority, to regulate those lands through self-determination. That's my question. What do you think? You think that's possible?
I guess it's something that the tribes would have to take and address it. But everything is possible. We've been taught that from we're here. And as we grow older. So there is the possibility. One gentleman, he talked, James, as we gather, and you just spoke at 9. And that one arrow they had spoke will break, but you put 9 of them together, it's tough to break. So the possibility is there. So with that, I want to move forward.
I have a question. My name is Paula Antoine. I'm the director of the Sitomni. And my question is about the procedure of requesting a prescribed burn. What are the timelines? What are the procedures? Does BIA write it or does the tribe write it? I know we select the locations, but I just wanted to know what the timeline is for the region or the area, because in Rosebud, in working with the forestry department, our director was here, but he had to go check out. His name is Ken Hawkes. And through our forest management plan, we requested burn plans, prescribed burn plans, but the timeline that we were given, it made it sound like they had to be projected out for 1 to 2, 3 years. So I was just wondering what the timeline is on all of that. Thank you.
Timelines will fluctuate depending on what we have, and we're going through droughts. So when you burn, that's going to bring up what I talked about, different species that we don't want there. You'll have to continue to work with the Bureau or the tribes that are 638s with their programs to ask the best time to burn it in the fall or in the spring.
But who writes them plans? You didn't answer that.
The field specialist for the BIA, if it's under the BIA. If it's under the tribe, under a 638 program, the field specialist for the tribe would write that and implement it.
Who's an employee of the Bureau?
At Rosebud?
Yeah.
I
know, but you're saying that the fuel management or the fuels person who is the employee for the Bureau is the person that writes the plan?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's not the responsibility of the tribe?
No, only unless the tribe has contracted under a 638 program. So working with the fire management officer and the fuel specialist for the Bureau, they can sit down with you and collaborate with the tribes to see what they want.
Okay, because I was wondering what the procedure was. Is that a continuous procedure? Is there a location on the Bureau's website, or where can I find information on that process and procedure? Because it seems to be different at the different agencies. Because you make it sound so easy to do a prescribed burn when in our experience, it's not. And, you know, because we've been trying to do the same thing. And in fact, right before the Longhorn Fire, which burned 46,000 acres in Rosebud, we were trying to do a prescribed burn that year before, but the process was so long that it didn't get done. And all of a sudden, we had a giant fire on our reservation. So I was just wondering, you know, what the timeline is, you know, for developing that plan from the time the tribe requested until, you know, from what I understand, you know, we were told it's 1 to 2 years. And so, you know, the procedure doesn't sound the same and the timeline doesn't sound the same.
In gathering all the information, timeframes are all different. Like you said, some can take a year. We put in to burn for next spring, the previous year, and if there's more information out there, what we need to gather, hazards, why we want to burn culture sites, working with THPOs to get that passed, so we can go out and burn. It could take up 2-3 years. So all of those elements have to be looked at before the plan can be implemented.
So good morning. My name's Reno Red Cloud. I'm with the Oglala Sioux tribe. And one thing that we're looking at on Pine Ridge is we are working with the BIA, and we're trying to get our strategies for the tribe and then the BIA on implementing, you know, involving them in our drought action plan. But one thing that we looked upon was a fire safety plan that I know I'm not trying to change the subject for your presentation, but we're trying to get all the strategies together for responding to fires on our reservation. And I know that we have a lot of, you know, there's a lot of fires that we encountered this past year, from our casino clearing to Slim Buttes. These are big fires, but during this drought, we don't have really the resource for water, especially coming out of our public water system, our rural water system, because their priority is domestic use. But you know, one thing of our strategies with BIA is we talked with one of our people down in Pine Ridge, the superintendent, and a guy named Ray Hart. I don't know if you know Ray on Pine Ridge, but we were looking at, you guys have the safety of dams flood action plan to respond to floods, but now that we're steering in the direction of drought, I think it would be advisable for the BIA to work with us and look at maybe helping us implement a drought plan with you guys' input, because I know one of the obstacles that we encounter is whenever there's a big fire, you know, just take this past summer. We're drying our surface water, but there are a lot of abandoned wells that are still out there. But we were looking at maybe strategizing to get some funding and some resources to identify certain key abandoned wells all over our reservation. Like, you got Kyle in the central, you got Wombly on the east, you got different areas of our reservation that if we could look at working with you on developing a drought action plan with your input with the BIA to help us do a fire safety plan, so whenever a big fire does come, we do have resources to go to for water resources to use at that time for fire suppression. Because the way it is right now, it's, you know, in the future, we're going to really be serious about climate change. We're going to need to identify some key areas for water, for fire suppression, and you know, and a drought plan with you guys as input involved with us. So that's what we're looking at on Pine Ridge right now. So, you know, if we could come together, identify our resources, and then, actually implement a plan that's effective not only for our tribal members, but for, like the BIA's operations too, for fire suppression and land operations too, because these abandoned wells can be used for, in case of a emergency response, they could use that water for cattle and stuff too. So, but we're strategizing on all these different strategies, and just wanted to let you know that we're working to try to develop an action plan that covers not only the domestic livestock but fire suppression too. Okay, thank you.
Oh, good plan. And working and collaborating with everybody. With that, I want to go ahead and move forward with this. See if it comes back on. I need to move it back. Tim, you want to come on up? Back up a little bit. 1994, as I like to walk around in a prairie, see what I see. This come to me in, I never said nothing to nobody, kept it with me myself. In 2019, a dream had come to go ahead and talk about it. So I brought Tim and Phil and a few other ones to this location. And it's a site that when you go, you can feel the power. It's something that I've never felt within here. I have hair because I'm not a full blood anymore that went out, but instead up straight on my arms, my neck. And I brought them out to gather as they're my elders in what they see and what they can teach me with this site. And within that site, I started finding what I spoke of. There's 7 buffalo around, white buffalo, rock. This rock has changed the 4 colors, the white to the red to the yellow to the black. Now you go out there, she's turning back to white. She's almost all white. Within that rock, as I go through these slides, there's a little white buffalo calf on the side of her. In 1994, in 2019, I went back out. I go out every spring, fall, and go out there. That little white buffalo calf is no longer there. It's a wolf. And that little white buffalo calf, the wolf is looking over the little calf that is on this rock. This rock is from here probably about this high. Within that rock, you're going to see a man. The hair, the face, the nose, the mouth. And he has a blanket. But with that, I would like to have Tim and Phil, as they were out there, talk a little bit about it. And I will go through and move the slides as they talk.
Hello? Yeah, I just want to continue real quick here since we're getting short of time here. Pushkai asked me yesterday if I would help him with this and talking about this to the public. And for me, it's been a long road just like him. And we always wonder when we're going to start talking about these types of things openly. My journey was 85 to 95 when I would bring this up, even not in a public setting so much as this, but in meetings. The elders really, well, I'll just use the word condemned anybody getting up talking about this. So I apologize if we do that to you today. That goes against what you were brought up with, that we're supposed to not talk about these things. But nobody never brings up the other side of it. When they start talking about prophecy, the prophecy was that one day we will talk about these. We will flip it. In 1890, it flipped. It went underground. Everything went underground. Everything went dark. We did ceremonies in dark. But they said the seventh generation is going to come back and it's going to expose this. Well, it's coming back now. They used to use these sites in the broad daylight. Some of them they used in the darkness, but almost all of them, the ceremony was conducted in the daylight. And I need to tell you that I'm not one to get into specifics because I can't go that far. I got a limit. So I recognize that, I honor that. I don't talk about Hamblecha. I don't talk about Wiwangwichi. I don't talk about those things. I don't talk about the other values. I reference them because they're referenced in these types of sites. So in 94, when he found these buffalo, if you recall, 94 was the first, as I think, if I remember right, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there was a white buffalo calf born. But for us that walk these areas was the year that they're finally exposing themselves now. They're showing us that they're out there. We don't walk over the hill anymore. We don't get off that black ribbon that was in prophecy, that Wa'anata's father, Wa'atana. Close resemblance of wording and what it meant, but Wa'atana provided a prophecy. And he talked about the four colors of Mother Nature, the four paintbrushes that she provides this earth in the form of four seasons: black, red, yellow, white. Part of the black is when we talked about these types of things that regenerates Unchi Maka. Makochi, and it creates the Makochi Washde. But what was talked about today was climate change. So we're not talking about these types of subjects that we have to. I'm glad my Kanshi, he brought it up yesterday, sacred sites. We hear that. 94, in the early 90s. I want to also say that we fought very hard. Vine Deloya's name came up. He was instrumental in pushing for the NAGPRA law, the Native American Graves Protection Repatriation Act. We're all at the front of it. We're all talking about these types of sites. It was set around on DC up on the hill. Mainly it was around NCAI, was really pulling tribes together on these sacred sites. Because it stemmed off of something that happened in 74. And we have one of the individuals that really spearheaded that, led that. Bill Means is here with us. He can witness and attest to what I'm saying, that came out of 74 meeting on Standing Rock. Push for the 78 American Indian Religious Freedom Act. But it went further than that.
it went to sacred sites. Early 90s, 74 to 85 for me was a trying time as a real young man, because we had responsibilities about these young people, about these sites. Some of us knew where they were because our families helped protect them. And part of my family on my mother's side, this is their responsibility. So I had a responsibility. That's not a bragging right. That's a very hard road to walk, where it tests and provides humility. But these types of sites, when you get up to talk about them, you get condemned, because everybody grew up saying you don't talk about these openly. But I believe now, in this day and age, treaty councils have to step up. Why did we have treaties? Why did we have a defined boundary? It was because of these right here. This is just one of many that we should talk about openly now. Maybe not so much in front of cameras, but have a dialogue. Because from 1990, after NAGPRA was enacted, and of course we had to go to Congress to do that, to convince them that we needed a law. Why should we do that when we already have natural law? We already know what we have already. Well, I want to say this, that 1992, Congress amended the National Historic Preservation Act, allowed tribes to step outside reservation boundaries, outside of federal land, tribal land, and identify these types of sites. It also created the Tribal Historic Preservation Officers. Vine Deloria was one of them that was really pushing for that. At the same time, from 73 all the way to 85, there was a very strong push to recognize our position in the ecological world, that we were stewards. But why did we hide our spirituality? We had to protect it. But we're protecting it so much that now all the old ones that had that very strong grain of oral knowledge, they're gone now. We're losing them. They're taking it with them, all that knowledge. But prophecy said that we're supposed to talk about these. One day we will openly talk about these types. We'll talk about Tunka. We'll talk about the rock, what we first had. So I came here just to help him, because October 30th of this year, the 1992 amendments is in its 30th year anniversary. That was some hard fought discussions with Congress, convincing them that we can not only identify these, we have the oral knowledge and we have natural law backing us up. And that's what the Treaty Council should raise as a banner now. Why do we have treaty lands? Why did they protect certain areas? 51 we always talk about. But what about the sites outside of 51 boundary? We don't forget those. But there's so many of our leaders said you can't sell the land we walk on. We can't give this land away. It belongs to us. Our relatives are buried there. But they didn't bring something up that is the most powerful word and tool of our cultural knowledge, is our knowledge of these sacred sites. You can wake them up. We've woken them up. Kanshi Ivan brought that up yesterday. When do we take our young ones back? This young man here got a connection to these rocks. They're visiting him now. The old ones are coming to him. So where do we take this? Who do we take it to? Who can we talk to help us walk back over the hill now and go back to these places? Right now, all we walk around is our land, if we still have our allotted lands. We don't even walk around our reservation, the tribal lands on our reservation, to see these types of areas that was the very center of our spiritual connection to Maka. So there's very few of us that are bringing this up. How much courage does a man have to be able to talk about something that he was brought up with? When grandma used to take us outside, line us up early in the morning, just as dawn cracked, take that pinch of dirt and put it in your mouth. You're tied to the earth. We don't even do that to our kids. There's an old word called makagana. At home, they call makagana, and makagana, and yeah. When my mother released me from her body, well, I was still connected. Where I was born in a 2-room log house. My grandma never believed in dirt or wood. She had a dirt floor in our log house. When Mini Choni hits the ground, they touch you. Makagna. Maka-egna. Makagna. Nobody uses that word anymore because nobody's born like that anymore. Few of us left. But why did they do that? We're connected to this. So when they're having fires out there, that's the best time to find these places because Mother Nature brings her black paintbrush and the ground gets painted black. It's the opposite of winter. Grandmother looks at her children. Hambadecha rings. There's no such thing as teepee rings. Hambadecha rings. They're all covered white. All those rocks that are in a circle, white tobacco ties. We never had cloth tobacco ties. They had stone, colored stone. Those were our tobacco ties. That's what our men stood in. But now when you have something like this, these animals, in 94, when they said the white one is born now, we're going to have to do something now. We looked at these. We know of these places. When do we go back? The Treaty Council, I'll ask this, and I'm going to ask the Sikanju Treaty Council to lead us in this. Those old men that sat there, they have a lot of knowledge. We should use that. Bring us back to this discussion now of these. Somebody has to start us. Because if not, our young kids aren't going to learn this. And the ones that can talk about these, that have experience and knowledge of this, they're going to leave us. There's a few of us that are talking about this openly. I was busting with love yesterday when my Kahanshi brought this up. This has been my life walk all my life. When we started ceremony from 80 to 85, they finally let us start to put it on a piece of paper. Start drawing out these areas. Take it home, start storing the younger ones coming. So we started to do that up in North Dakota. This is one of many that the THPOs need to protect. Right now, they're out there working instead of being contractors for the industry. So one of these treaty meetings, we need the THPOs to come in and tell us what they're doing. How are they protecting these? We need to protect these, but we also need to find them and we need to talk about them because we all have stories about these. So that prophecy is, we're living in it now. Do we have the courage to talk about it? I want our old men, our younger men in here to think about this as you walk away from today, that this man here had the courage to show you these. Go back to the beginning. Because he didn't want to do this. But since 1994, go back to that. Go back to that man. Somehow, This picture, there's a man standing there. They come in twos every time he goes out there. That's a spirit. First time I've ever seen a picture of a spirit. He comes there, two of them, because of those white buffalo. I'm always thinking, is it connected to that chanupa at Greengrass? Are they protecting these areas? Yes, they are. They're starting to show themselves at these places. Go back to the front. Those are the seven, these pictures of the seven that are there. One of these days, that one has a offering bowl right behind its neck. That's the one that has that white buffalo calf next to it on the other side. Very prominent, so clear that it's unmistakable what they are. So they talked about Ian Bostata Naji, standing round. Ian Bostata Naji, that's the way we say it in Dakota. But what about the animals that turn to stone? Cannonball has that original name, Ian Wakakapi, because of the stones that we don't talk about right next to that pipeline. So a lot of people still criticize us finding those sites and they got destroyed. It was probably meant to be. It opened the door now for us to talk about these openly. So I asked the Treaty Council from Sikonjulan, lead us in this discussion now. We don't need the cameras. Have an open discussion of this. Bring it forward. We could show you what we have documented. We have close to 30,000 drawings of different types of sites that our people use, that they said one day we're going to take our youth back and they're going to use them again. And we're going to save the world. They talked about yellow turning red was the first indicator. And to me, we understood it in the early 80s that as we're coming off of the 1978 Indian Religious Freedom Act, when the Middle East start firing up, the brown sand turning red, is that part of that prophecy? Red turning to black. The red road turning black. Part of Wa'atana's prophecy. And the last part on the fourth day, that spirit came and told him, when it burrows into the soil, into Maka, it's going to kill all the Lakota Dakota people. It'll kill all mankind. Yeah, that's where we're at now. Pipelines are going in. That's the story about how the black snake that talk about. But they're all tied to this. So here's one place that has an answer. Which one of our young men have the courage to come here, Amadecha, to get it for the people? It's not going there by themselves. And I'm not criticizing nothing. Don't get me wrong. When they Hambadecha, what are they going up there for not today? That's what our spiritual people need to talk about. That's why there's a limit for me. I can only go so far. I can't go further than that. But all the sites that we have gone, we always had a spiritual man when we went on. We always had one there. So I'll just leave it like that these are out here. You have them on your homelands. And I want to turn it over to Phil. If you have anything to add to that, I appreciate you listening to me. I apologize if somebody took it the wrong way. I'm not here to do that. Wopida tanka chichuna.
Oh, wopilai. Mitake pi lana ianki wamlakelo. Na daku kaki sloyam chimpi. Cha sichangu preta omanichi okola kichiki. Obuagalakin Duksha Hecha Unkukti will bring the Treaty Council to Standing Rock. And we have to do something that's never been done before, is to start the process of codifying our own Oceti Sakowin to protect these sites in the meantime. Something that we can work on. That would be my recommendation. I have seen these sites; they're very powerful, and we're going to have to call on the Wakai Chasha to come with us. We'll bring some of them with us. There might be need to exercise some protocols up there. So I want to say that much, and then maybe set some meetings in the future, invite all our relatives and protect these sites. Toski chukung teki takomani iwongla kaktelo metake asi.
I was asked to sing a song I'm Ivan Looking Horse, and I'm one of those people that are really interested in what was presented here. I've been working toward bringing our youth back to who they are. The Oceti Shakois have been in existence for thousands of years, and they prayed with these here sacred sites and these here stone power places. Buffalo, there's a lot of them, and some of the things that we need to discuss, we can't discuss here openly. So we have to bring a meeting together somewhere on the reservations, and I agree that the treaty councils need to come together and speak about these things, and also bring some ceremonies about that will help the youth recover, relearn, and educate themselves, and also be able to receive the gifts that the Creator give our people and utilize them again. And so I just want to sing two songs. One, that the Buffalo song that we had yesterday, he liked that because of the spirit of the buffalo. The spirit of the buffalo can be achieved by anybody. When you have a buffalo killed, you have 5 minutes where you can drink the blood of that buffalo. And from there on, when you come around buffalo, they will know you. They'll know you telepathically also, because I experienced it twice. 1994 was the first year I run a Sundance. My father wanted me to run a Sundance. I wouldn't do it for a while. When I agreed and I started learning, 1994, I ran that Sundance in August, where they wanted me to run that Sundance. And after the fourth day, that white buffalo was born in Janesville, Wisconsin. So I had to wait 4 days purification before me and my brother Orville made a trip down there. We went down there. That little buffalo was standing behind the hill. So the whole crowd was gathered around Floyd Hand. That time Floyd Hand had a 10-gallon hat on and stood above the crowd like a giant. How people were running. He seen me and Orville walking over there. So he said, "Hey, Tosh, Omakiapo." He said, "Hey, Orville." I said, "Hey, you go help him." I said, "I'm going to go see the buffalo." So I said, "Buffalo's behind the hill." Well, it don't matter. I said, "I came here to pray." So I said, I went over. So Orville, he went to the crowd and helped Floyd. So I went over to where that pasture was. And I started praying, and that little buffalo calf came around the backside of the hill, stood about 5 feet from me, and started eating the grass. And every now and then he'd look up at me, and then stayed there, prayed for about a good 5 minutes. And some young woman was coming across that field, seen that buffalo calf in front of me, so she hollered to the crowd that buffalo calf is out and open. So the crowd started coming, boy, they really started coming. So the calf looked at me, kind of made his tail circle and took off back behind the hill again. but anyway, that's my experience with that white buffalo calf back in 1994. I just want to put that out there because since then there's been quite a few of them born. A lot of white animals all over the world born. So I'm going to sing a song in that manner, then I'm going to sing a buffalo song for the strength of the people. Maka was yataki yamani, was yataki yamani, ataka hey yamani, areya hera wera, ahera hera wera, manielo herero, was yataki yamani, was yataki yamani, ataka hey yamani, ahera hera hera, ahera hera wera, manielo herero, was yataki yamani, was yataki yamani, ataka hey yamani, ahera hera wera, ahera hera wera, manielo herero. Aho. Thank you. Oh, Whoopila Ivan. Thank you. Our next and final presentation of the day will be from the Rosebud Sukyunga Climate Plan. As we have Robin O'Malley and Paula Antone, both were instrumental in putting together this plan. And so we want to share that with you today. So I'll turn it over to Robin and Paula. Thank you.
All right. Well, James, thank you. And let's see, we'll get ourselves organized here.
Before they start the presentation, also we had a team that worked on this project, and Syed is one of them too. So, and the Treaty Council was also involved in this. But I want to apologize. I didn't schedule lunch because I thought we was going to be out of here by then. But when we're done, you can go get some lunch and invite James to your lunch because he's not done talking yet. Lama.
All right, go for it.
Okay, which am I talking into the right microphone? Thank you. Good afternoon. Chante washte yuhana pechi yuzapi wichoka oayakoi himacha na washitu Paula Antoine. Good afternoon. My name is Paula Antoine. I'm from the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. I'm the director of the land office there. I've been the director since 2010. And I just want to share a little bit about myself. Antoine my last name kind of throws people off, but my father's name was Jacob Antoine, and he's a descendant of Chief Red Cloud and Chief Good Cane Malk from the Malk's Camp area. on the east end of the Rosebud Reservation. His grandfather was named Charles Jennings Antoine, and he was born at the Chief Spotted Tails camp, um, near near the area where they signed the Fort Laramie Treaty in 1868. So my family's been involved in surrounding the treaties for a couple generations. And my father died, passed away last year. My mother's name is Lavina King Milk. We're from the Lower Brill and Ehunktawan area. My grandfather's name is Skawi Chasha Frank John King the first, and her grandparents were Kangi Ojiki Kse, good crow, good voice. And then my grandmother's name was Wopilowi, and she was from Ehunktawan. So that's just some of my generation, and I just want to say thank you for those of you who are still here, because I know it's a long day already, even though it's a short day. But I just want to say that our climate change, when we started meeting about climate change and climate adaptation, and there were a lot of concerns about it. We were throwing it around, and I just want to recognize, Syed Huck was one of our team members. We, approached everything with the team concept, and we didn't do anything, and we didn't move forward without discussing it with each other. There was a lot of meetings that were held. The Treaty Council introduced a resolution to the Tribal Council, and we changed it not to climate change, but to climate crisis, because we believed at that point that we are in a crisis. There's things that are happening that are urgent and that are an emergency. The drought that was coming, because we started meeting and talking about this in 2018. And prior to that, we were in discussions with the Bureau on prescribed burns. We had other concerns that we were talking about, like erosion in our riparian areas, which were encouraging, fire. And we wanted to do a lot of fire management. And, there was a lot of things ideas that we were bringing together to try to encourage our water and develop our water areas. So, and Ken Hawkes, I'm not sure if he's still here, but he's been here throughout the summit here, and a few years back he started developing, and we were working on some other things with rights of way. But during that time, we met with Pilar Thomas, who's part of the Department of Energy. Is it resource? I can't remember what their department is called, but she's one of the deputy secretaries. And we met with her in Denver about developing an energy plan for our tribe, because she said that if we gave her an energy plan, she would give us funding. So that's one of the main reasons that Ken kind of introduced that. He has a draft plan that we have been working on, and we're going to revisit that as part of our climate adaptation plan. So we have a lot of things that we're working on with green energy and trying to fit everything in. Food sovereignty with Redco. We have so many different areas that we're very concerned about. And one of them is health. I think that Andrea talked about that too, was the health impacts. If the global temperature changes a few degrees, it's going to start affecting everybody's body. It can change people's internal organs depending on how high that global temperature goes. So that's, that's another thing that we were talking about, and if it's changing an adult's body, what is it doing to a pregnant lady? What is it doing to our unborn, and our children? So that was one of the other things. But as, oh, I don't think we got this on here.
Also, want to mention that during the times of the slaughter of the bison, they said that the Lakota people or the native people lost height, 1 inch height during that time also. So climate change does affect our body, our physical, and probably our spiritual.
Okay, and during this time when we were meeting and trying to decide how we were going to move forward, we started looking for some people to come in and help us, because we have a lot of expertise. A lot of us work with the land. I've heard over the presentations, I know that this last one was really impactful to me, because we have people that are on our committee that do the same thing. We started with Ivan Kroigo. He was our environmental protection person. I just want to read the other names off. Victor DeVille has played a big part in our group. Ken Hawkes, Syed Huck, Robert Oliver, who is a safety of dams person. Ione Quigley is our THPO officer. James Rattling Leaf, and Tony Rogers, who is our TUC director. But a lot of us, we don't do a lot of things in public, but the earth knows us. We go out and we harvest our medicines and our plants, and we garden and we grow and we plant things, and we participate in different ceremonies. And so there's a lot of us that do have our connection with Mother Earth. And I sure appreciate Tim Mintz talking about, when his grandmother, was gave him a pinch of soil, because I remember doing that. A lot of people don't realize that because we live on the East Reservation, we're in an area where we're surrounded by Washijus, and they think that we have no culture. We don't practice because of the area we live, but we do. I still remember that taste of dirt to this day. So, but I just want to say that we all have that connection. Mother Earth knows us, and she knows she's crying for help right now. But through our a lot of this discussion started with the treaty, and some of the maps especially that were presented about the Indian Claims Commission, we did a lot of education. We went, and some of the things some of our people did not know, and some of our directors and some of our tribal employees did not know. So we did a lot of education. We did we reviewed a lot of this, and we ensured that people on our team, and I personally gave it to my family too, because I wanted to make sure that we all had this shared vision. And that's what this is. It comes from the treaty. It comes from our teachings. It comes from our star knowledge. It comes from our culture. Without this, we're really nobody. Without anything. And I heard people that with the language. That was one of the 3 components that they were talking about that we need to focus on. But it's also our culture, because, over the years that I worked at the land office, I worked really closely with Chief Crow Dog. And he always told me, prayer first, prayer during, and prayer after. Don't ever forget that. If you want to answer, ask the spirits. Go to the spirits and ask them, because we are losing our elders. And if they aren't there, then we need to have that spiritual guidance to get us there. And so, but without any of that, we're not Lakota. But at this point, I would like to ask Robin to take over and talk about some of the scientific aspects of our planning, and because I'm not a scientist, I'm just a normal person, but we have people that can do that for us. Thanks, Phil. Thanks.
I'm definitely not a normal person. I wanted to also name a couple other folks who really helped with this plan. Laura Edwards and Imtiaz Rangwala, I guess Laura has left, but both of them were very helpful to us. I'm not actually a real scientist, but so they helped us a lot. And we had several, Phil organized several conversations with elders that I was really privileged to listen to. And Victor and Claude and Ione Quigley and others spoke to us, and we tried to build some of that into the plan. So you've seen these pictures before. I think either Laura or Imtiaz. The temperature is rising at Rosebud, and rain and snow are also increasing. So the land is changing, and that's not enough. That's not a very informative bit of information. It just says something's going to change, and we tried to help put some pictures as to what that might mean. And so, again, as usual, this is not all that readable, but very more hot and very hot days. So in the 1990s, there were 25 days at Rosebud above 90 degrees. In 100 years from then, it'll be 85 days a year above 90 and 23 days a year above 105. That's a really different world to live in. That's a really different world to live in, and that's kind of where we're going. Really, really hot days are going to be part of the picture. And a lot of people use this graph to say, well, we're down right where the black and the pink come together, and the pink is what the future might look like, and there's all sorts of alternatives to what the future is going to look like. Frankly, most of them are in the worst part of the red zone. We're not actually making the changes we need to keep ourselves in the bottom part of that pink zone and reduce emissions. But again, this is interesting, but not all that directly relevant. Here's another translation of this kinds of information: is the number of days that have very high and very high fire danger. So you can just see that in the 30 years from 1971 to 2000, there was 5 days with high and maybe 2-3 days with very high fire danger. You see where those graphs go in the 2040 to 2070 period. So fire, we had a long conversation about fire. Fire is going to get driven a lot harder by that kind of temperature and that kind of dryness. Imtiaz and others spoke yesterday about how much the atmosphere is going to dry the soil out. Well, it's going to dry everything out. So fire is going to be a big deal. And this is another one that I've worked with a lot. We're trying to peer into the future and say, what will happen to the landscape at Rosebud if it's wetter and hotter than it's been? And the top circle on the right, I'm going to try to go over there and point this out because it's not all that easy to see. But most of Rosebud is grass right now. A little bit of shrubland. In 30, 40 years, it's going to be mostly shrubs. Now, that's one cut at it where one group has said, this is the kind of things that will grow in this future environment. And we're not very sure about that, but I'll give you a couple examples of things that are happening where it's irreversible and it changes the world very directly. In the southern Rocky Mountains, Colorado and south, if you get a fire, you're not going to get trees coming back. We're pretty sure of that, especially on south-facing slopes. Forested areas that burn in the southern Rockies are not going to go back to trees in any of our lifetimes. I work with a park in Minnesota where the trees, and this is relevant to Rosebud, the trees that they have there can't live with the amount of rainfall they're getting now. And all the trees in the park are dying, and they're going to southern Minnesota to get trees that can live with their feet wet. So really big changes in whether trees or shrubs or grass grow on the land, what kinds of things grow on the land. So those are going to be really direct impacts. And what we tried to do when we did this plan was to try to listen to the people at Rosebud and understand what they thought was important. And so we held a series of community meetings, and I'm going to turn it back over to Paula to talk about how we did what we did.
Yeah, we have 21 communities or districts on the Rosebud Reservation. There's almost 1 million acres, so we have like a 4-hour drive in between all of our communities. And each community is very diverse. There's different natural and man-made things that are in each community that make them so different and unique. So we decided it was right during COVID when we decided doing this. So it was kind of a lot of people were new to virtual meetings, and we had a few glitches and a few things happen during that time. But we had several community meetings for the different areas of our reservation. We had quite a few people come on to our Zoom calls. We had people attend physically at the locations that we had set up for our Zoom meetings. I think Lance Dorian, he works at the land office now, he was not in that position at that time, but he did come and help cover one of our meetings. And one particular meeting that really stands out for me is when we had Victor come on, and he talked about the different cultural aspects, and we asked elders to come and share their traditional knowledge and share what their concerns are from their community and based on their traditional points of view. And we talked about water harvesting and trying to encourage people to collect rainwater, and how different people collected water and how they used the water traditionally back, like when people still had dirt floors. And that was really, really, you can find some of our community meetings. We do have links that we'll share with you that do have our community meetings on there, so you can recap them. We have a Facebook page which we recorded and posted all our community meetings on. But we also did a community survey. We distributed that to the different employees of the major. I think we did we do IHS, or did we just do? We tried to hit the major employers of the reservation to collect their concerns. And we reached out to the tribal government, the tribal employees. The elder interviews, like I said, they were really impactful, just like the video that we just watched of the elderly lady from Standing Rock. They're along the same lines where they shared the different stories of the Wankias. And like in Melk's Camp, for instance, I interviewed someone that talked about, the pre-war, what happened during the war, and how the ration stations evolved and where the ration stations were and what happened during like the end of the Great Depression. And some of that was so, so moving because you don't realize how much all of that plays in combination with the discrimination and racial treatment that our people faced during that time. So that was another thing that was another layer that you wouldn't think racism went along with climate change, but it plays a big part in economy wise. But
Can I interject something real quick? I served as the chair for this Sitomni Climate Crisis Working Group, but we worked with James was also on the team. We worked on a grant with Stefan Tangent. He was supposed to be here. We secured a grant for $141,000, but what happened was, and that was in 2020, and the COVID hit. So the tribal government was shut down for a year. So actually, we were behind a year in this grant. Luckily, they allowed us to finish it. So I just wanted to let you know that we couldn't have those in-person public meetings, so we had to rely on the virtual meetings.
yeah, and we were also juggling around quarantine. There were a lot of people that were in quarantine. We didn't want the elders to come out in public, so we were trying to have limited spaces for them to gather to be able to share their stories because we didn't want to put them in any jeopardy or any health concerns rise because of that. We just tried to keep everybody as safe as possible. And along the same time, Phil and my office and the tree office, and I think there was a couple other departments and entities that we also came together with our spiritual leaders to have COVID healing ceremonies as well. And this was kind of going on at the same time. So there was a lot of stuff that was happening, and we were still trying to pull together all these ideas on our climate plan. It just kind of I think it kind of came at a good time though, because it made us think and regroup and try to come up with different strategies. And it was really good to have James, because I had weekly conversations with James and Phil about how we were going to proceed and what we were going to do about some of the things that we were planning.
I just wanted to let you know that we had 4 ceremonies at the Powwow Arena. During this time, prayer was part of this too. So we had the medicine men come and distribute medicine to our people we all had to wear masks and things like all the COVID measures, but we did that also.
Yeah, and I'm not a statistician, so Robin and his crew put together all of the concerns and everything from our community surveys, interviews, and some of our events. So I'll let him talk about that right now.
Well, as you heard, we just tried to listen, and we tried to listen to everybody we could. We opened it up to the communities. We asked the elders. I had interviews with, I think it's actually the next slide, with pretty much most of the expertise, the professional expertise, I'll say, at the tribe, all of the big departments, including some that maybe you don't think of as part of climate change. We've heard it here, though. Health is a big deal, and taking care of people is going to be a big deal. So we listened a lot, we talked a lot, we heard a lot of folks, and we finally came down to 3 really big areas that the tribe could be getting its stuff together about, and where the challenges will come in terms of climate change. And the first one is protect the Oyate. Climate change will kill people. It's killing people now. It'll kill people here. Bad snowstorms, bad floods, heat events, smoke from fires, we heard earlier. Those are things that really will bear down on people. And you have folks who don't have great housing now. When the storms are worse, it's going to be tougher. You all live at the end of a grid, and grids have been going down lately. And so, how do you survive? How do you take care of the old folks when the grid is down? So, we started to think about those things. Water. Water is life. And in fact, you folks are in a pretty good situation, all in all. Syed and his folks have been doing more work than anyone in the region to understand what their resources are and what the challenges to them are. So we actually didn't have to do a lot of work in the water area because Syed and his team have been way out in advance on it. And the last is where a lot of people usually start, is the bugs and the bunnies. But the land and living relatives are really important. And as I said, the kinds of changes that we're seeing in the next 30, 40 years are big enough to change the nature of the land that's around and the nature of what grows there and the relatives that grow there. So we came up with a lot of recommendations. I'm going to go through a few of them, but we came up with 4 that were really the big ones. And 2 of them are long-term and 2 of them are kind of more immediate. But this issue is going to be around with us for a long time. Climate change is going to be here, and it's going to bear down and hurt. And somebody needs to, we believe, somebody needs to take those things and have them as their responsibility. Somebody needs to own that and be the one who brings it back to the conversation when the conversation drifts. Keep an eye on that stuff. I'll drop down to the last one, which is the other long-term one. Sichangu Lakota Oyate Environmental Data and Decision Center, or something like that. That's one of my creations with long names. But the idea is Phil's. You should own the information about the resources that you own. You should own that information. You should have the capability to manage it. And that's what we're proposing here is, let's bring the information that folks like Joseph are putting together, Syed's information, bring those pieces together where they can interact with each other and support better decisions. But Joseph mentioned the term tribal data sovereignty, and that's a term that I've used also, because if sovereignty means anything, as a nation, you need to be able to manage the resources that you possess or live with. Own is not the right word. And in order to do that, you need to have information. And so information is power. And if you control it, you have a lot more power. So this is a really important long-term kind of thing. The second one, though, is real short-term. Human needs. People are going to get hurt. In some cases, you have community centers that serve as warming centers. Well, that's a really important thing to have, to know who might need that, to know whose house is in the worst place and might get cut off, or the wires go down all the time and that means their heat is out. So human needs, people are going to need help, and the weather emergencies are going to get worse. And so you do that already. As a community, you do that more than the community I live in. But it's going to be harder, and so it needs more planning. And the drought adaptation and mitigation plan, as I said, Syed is all over this. You all have been thinking about what happens when drought occurs, and you've been really hampered. Phil.
Robin, let me interject something about the human life and protection.
Yeah.
We did go and meet with the housing authority. And we asked them to think about the design. How are you going to address the heat in the future? Try not to scare you, but in the next think towards the next 50 years, some of us will not be here, but it's going to be hot for longer periods of time for our tacojas that are coming up. So they have to. I asked them to think about how you're designing your homes in the future, and also how you're going to retrofit your homes. The heat is going to be coming from the ground, so you're going to have to insulate the floors to keep and also think about how you're going to keep the homes cooler during this hot period of time. Unless it changes, we're heading towards a lot of heat. So I'm sorry, I don't mean to scare you, but we need to plan and prepare for this. Thank you.
And in some of the plans and some of the ideas that came up during our community meetings and in interviews and speaking with so many people is to address the potential of no electricity. Addressing food preservation through electricity. There's a lot of people that need and have been learning how to do traditional food storage, traditional drying and stuff like that. But then also there are to maintain the nutritional needs that we have as a people, because a lot of us have compromised immune system or compromised health conditions. We have underlying health conditions that do need to be addressed. And one of the things that did come up was root cellars, bringing back root cellars, and we were starting to encourage people to develop their own individual family, tioshpahe, tiowahe, emergency plans. So in case something happens, whether it's be with weather related, because there are going to be more catastrophic weather events that we have talked about. There's going to be more severe weather. So what's going to happen with your family? What's going to happen with the children who are at school? What are they going to happen with the elders to ensure that they have the things they need, including medicine during that time? So it's not just weather emergencies; it's overall emergencies to make sure that the families and Tioshpas are safe. So I just wanted to interject that.
So I was talking about the drought adaptation and mitigation plan, and there's one thing that Syed doesn't control, and there's major legal battles over who gets to decide who gets to use water. And right now, the tide might be turning. The Secretary of the Interior has made some policy changes that may allow you to more effectively control your water. The state of South Dakota is not a friend in this business. And but there may be opportunities where you can be more in control of that resource. And that's something that only the legal side of the world can help us with. So I'm going to go through the three areas pretty quickly and give you some idea of the kinds of recommendations. What this is supposed to be is a kind of blueprint for the things that need to be paid attention to. It's not the engineering design to do anything. It's not the cost budget for any particular project. It's a menu of things that the tribe now has up on the wall to say, okay, we need to give some time and attention to this or that. Phil.
At some point, I'd like to give the floor to Syed to say a few things on the.
That'd be a great thing. Yep.
Maybe when we get down to the
water one,
the drought adaptation plan and mitigation plan, you could.
Yep. So, under the Protecting Oyate bundle of things, we said a permanent tribal department and a person in charge. I mentioned the life and property kinds of things, and then a number of other sorts of things that are a little bit more detailed. Are there plans for when flooding happens and roads? I'm sure there's some of that, but that's going to be more of an issue as flooding gets worse. Local weather warning systems. Now there's a Mesonet site on Rosebud. Well, maybe the warnings can be more effective and more directly communicated. Paula just mentioned reliable heating and cooling. There's folks who are going to be stressed by this, by either the cold or the temperature or the loss of power. Um, Wellness checks, and again, some of these things are things you can do now. Wellness checks don't take a lot of building and that, they take people power. Rooftop solar and higher building codes, as Phil was just talking about, are kind of longer term issues. So we've got some major categories of things. The tribal water code is what I mentioned, that the tribe can't tell people not to use water in the middle of a drought. And that's not an effective resource management. So being able to implement the water code legally is a really big deal. And we hope that Syed's moving towards that. I mentioned the drought adaptation and mitigation plan. The other thing that we don't know enough about is where the water is and where it goes underneath Rosebud, especially in the smaller and shallower wells. So understanding what's happening there, understanding the contamination that was mentioned yesterday, natural uranium, man-made chemicals. So characterizing and monitoring that water and knowing where it's going allows you to know what you can use and how much you can use. But you have access to water, legal access through the Missouri River and, again, a major aquifer. But there are challenges and there are things that are not right with that water. And putting your arms around that is again, expanding the characterization. Land and living relatives. Yep.
Sorry, Robert.
No.
Before we go on to this section, this is where I'd like to ask Syed to come up and give us an update and talk a little bit, because he has been working extensively and for a long time with the Great Plains Water Alliance. So, Syed, would you come up?
Thank you, Paula. First, I'd like to thank Phil for inviting Rosebud Sutra Water Resources Office to this conference. I also would like to compliment, Phil, Paula, Robin, and all of the members of this group. And I hope, Phil, that we don't abandon this group. I hope that, we can keep Robin as an advisor to this adaptation plan. I've worked with many non-Indians, and you know what? I don't know if you remember, Robin. You and I, we met in the embassy suite lobby for more than an hour, and I tried to emphasize to Robin that please listen to us. Okay, you can think globally but act locally, and this is my local information. I provided some local information to Robin that please try and incorporate this into your plan. But the fact of the matter is, the water code is so important. You know, when Deb Haaland became the Secretary of Interior and she withdrew the moratorium on the water codes, we just jumped on it. And within 1 month, believe me, within 1 month, and Rosebud Land and Natural Resources Committee was really helpful. The council was helpful. The tribal president was helpful, so that we could submit our water code to the BIA for their review and approval. And it's over 4 months now. Where is it? It is amazing that, if they would lift the moratorium, they help us implement this. What Robin is saying, without implementing the water code, we have absolutely no control over our water resources. All I do as a technical person, believe me, I monitor the water table fluctuation. Okay, how much water is fluctuating, going down, coming up? How much water is flowing through our rivers, the Little White River and the Keapaha River? But do I have any control? Like Robin says, the state of South Dakota issues permits within the exterior boundary of our reservation. And I have been to their board meetings in Pierre many a times. And believe me, all they do is listen to me. And then before I can sit down in my seat, they make a motion to approve the permit and they just second it. And it's all before I can sit down. Believe me, it is so frustrating. So much so that I told my Land and Natural Resources Committee and my council that, I'm not going to go to these meetings because it's embarrassing, it is humiliating. You put together a PowerPoint, you make a presentation, you show, hey, this can impact our water resource. And all they do Before I can sit down, have the courtesy to at least talk among yourselves. No. Before I can sit down, they'll say, I make a motion to approve the permits. If somebody will say second, it's all gone. And I say, wow, I came all the way 100 miles. I drove down. I spent so much time. And, is that what I get in return? So I told my Land and Natural Resources Committee, please, don't send me to these kind of meetings because it's humiliating. You know what? They won't listen to us. So all we can do is if we can have our water code approved by the Department of Interior and then reviewed and approved by EPA, and then we can implement it. Then we can tell the non-Indian friends of ours, and you know what? And I mean in no disregard to them. We will be absolutely fair that when you want to, withdraw water from our aquifer, you need to discuss with us, and if we can convince you that this can have adverse impact on our production wells, then we would recommend that you move your well somewhere else, or you reduce the amount of water that you want to withdraw. At least we should have a say over our resource, and that's what we are trying to do with our water code. As of now, I've got data to show, our water resource is not doing too bad. Let me be honest about it. We have done some modeling. We have said, we have provided water in our 28 monitor wells, the fluctuation, and then we use USGS to model that, if the drought is continuing for another 25 to 50 years, and the precipitation drops down, what impact it will have on our groundwater table. It shows that in 50 years we're going to have problems, but as of now we are not looking too bad. But there is something called synergistic effect. You see, sometimes 2 plus 2 is 4, but sometimes 2 plus 2 can become 6. And that's what can happen to our groundwater. You see, right now, they're pumping water for irrigation, about 80 to 85 center pivot irrigation systems by the non-Indians. They're pumping from our aquifer without our control. Okay, but we are monitoring the water table fluctuation. Despite the fact that they are pumping water away, we are monitoring, we are seeing we're doing okay, so on and so forth. But drought and climate change together with pumping, this can have a synergistic effect. The 2 plus 2 sometimes 4, it can become 6. Suddenly we may see the water table drops to the extent that our production wells will not be able to provide safe drinking water to our population. That's when, everything comes crashing down on us, and we must not allow that to happen. Phil told me to take pictures of the Little White River and the Keapa River flowing about 10 days ago, and I took some pictures. Phil, I can show it to you. You can see that the water flow of the Little White River is slowing down. And it dries up. Right now, the Little White River is a gaining river, it's an effluent river. What it means is when it enters the reservation, it flows, say, at about 40 CFS, cubic feet per second. When it leaves our reservation, it's about 70, 75, 100 CFS. Where does that additional water come? It comes from our aquifer, the Oglala aquifer. But if it ever becomes 40 to 30 when it leaves our reservation, we are in trouble, and I cannot work. I've told my Land and Natural Resources, I'm keeping an eye on it, but I don't have control. They are pumping water away from our aquifer. I don't have any control, but yeah, all I'm doing is monitoring and making sure that it's looking okay. But if it ever comes to a point where I see that, we are mining water from our reservation, that should be the end of my job with Rosebud Sutra, because you can't preside over something that is detrimental to the population of Rosebud Reservation. So having said that, what I again want to compliment this committee. Phil, this was excellent. We have done quite a few. I just want to mention this, that we did drought adaptation plan. We have done drought vulnerability assessment plan. We have done a climate guidebook, all with assistance from, and I've got Reno Red Cloud over here. You know what? The Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance were instrumental in doing this. And Doug Krokos, Reno Red Cloud, myself, Elizabeth Wakeman from Flandreau Santee, and Mary Jane from Lower, we all got together and we got funding to do this. But, this has got some indigenous input, but nothing like what I've seen from Paula and Robin and Phil and all. Boy, you guys did a great job. And James, you guys did a great job by, putting the communities at the center of the decision making. This is something we were not able to do that. You know what? And that's what I'm so impressed, and I'm so glad that I was being able to help Robin and Paula and Phil and James and everybody with this adaptation plan. But at the end of the day, it is the local information is critical to everything. Please, all these, Niders and, Laura Edwards, Imtiaz, excellent presentations, But at the end of the day, it is our field technician who goes to the wells and see and tells me that, hey, Syed, the water has fallen down 4 feet. I said, what? Well, let's wait and see what it does in another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. If it comes back, we are doing good. If it keeps on falling, all the big talks from all the big people from all over the world doesn't make any difference to me. It is what my field technician tells me that, wow, the water table has fallen, or the Little White River flow is coming down. Those are things critical. You know what? And those are things we have to pay attention. With that, I'll end my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Syed. I always really enjoy having the only real Indian in the room speak to us. Yeah, I really enjoy working with Syed and his excitement for the water. But he also said something that really is impactful. Is at the end of the day, it's up to us. It's up to our field technicians and who's working on the ground, and all of the people on our team are the ones on the ground in Rosebud. And you see a lot of these, it has protecting the land and living relatives. So all of these we've been doing, all of these, everybody in the room has been doing. We work, for generations, we've been conserving, we've been clearing streams, we've been clearing rivers, we've been prescribed burnings, we've been doing a lot of these for generations. And we just needed to write them in a plan because the world looks to the indigenous people. Now they're saying, oh, let's ask the indigenous people what they're doing, because for hundreds of years we've never had any of these problems that have suddenly come up and have been increasing over the past so many years in contributing to climate change. And so a lot of this stuff we have been practicing and been doing for generations, like cleaning up, maintaining things. We've had things like this happen for, decades. And we have plans in each one of our communities, cleanup week. I don't know if everybody has that on their reservations, but we have it now a few times on our reservation, and everybody knows, this is the time that we need to do to get this stuff out. And along with protecting the land and living relatives, and I'll let Robin go through some of these because he has more detailed information based on our surveys and interviews. But, along with this, we also have to consider the other, we had major conversations in our planning meetings about the different outside factors that are being played on, besides the climate, the environmental, the social ills that affect all of us, that we also need to address at the same time. But like plant more trees, I was really hoping that Ken would be here when we reach that one. But I think in the last year, I think he said he planted 40,000 trees. So I just wanted to make that comment, and I'll let Robin go ahead with this part.
Well, I'll try to end this at some reasonable amount of time. So these are some more things, the kinds of things that both we and the people from Rosebud came up with. So we didn't, clean up the reservation. Frankly, we weren't on the reservation that much because it was COVID time and we were doing all this remotely. So we would never have seen that. But the kinds of things here and what Paula said is right. You all have been doing these things. And as I said, you take better care of your people than most Wasichu communities do. But things are going to get harder. And I think that's the biggest message that we can bring is that this is going to rock the boat pretty hard. And that's the kind of thing that you can get prepared for is be more able to take the shocks. Have more people who have their own solar or what have you, or gardens or food storage. And I think that's really going to be things that worked in the past won't work anymore. I mean, when sacred plants start to move, that seems to me to mess up a lot of worldview kinds of components, and that's what's going to happen. Things are going to change, things are going to move, and so that's what I feel like the biggest message is hunker down and figure out how to hunker down, and you all have done that a lot before. I also just want to say in closing, this has been a spectacular meeting for me to sit through. I don't know, James is here. Yeah, James has probably never seen me so quiet before. I didn't say anything in the meeting at all. That's not my style. But thank you for letting me sit through your talks and to listen to some of the folks that you had come up, because my society isn't giving us many good solutions these days. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Robin. And with that, this is a shot. We do have a web location, online location of our adaptation plan that we completed. We have a lot of things in there, and we developed maps. We did. So, we have a lot of data in there. One of the things that I wanted to contribute to the plan was a climate profile of each one of our communities. That's it's included in our plan that talks about what the specific things are in each community, the demographics, the topography, population, different statistics like that based on the maps. So, but Phil has a lot to do with the success of this plan, and I just want to thank Phil and all the other members of our climate crisis working group, because there was a lot of times it was really difficult for us to get together, but they still made time and they still contributed, and it was, to me, I'm really proud of the plan that we put together, and that it is still a living and moving document, because we already started having meetings on addressing some of the things in our plan. So we started working on drought and how we could use some of the specific recommendations that we got from our communities in addressing our drought and revising some of our plans for the future. So, and we're really hoping that we're crossing our fingers so we can move on and get our climate center going. And it's just been a really good group. And I don't know if you can put that plan on a different site. Maybe you can put that up, because I was going to add it in here, but I didn't get a chance to. But Phil will share that location so you can all go through our adaptation plan. It's pretty large. We have a lot of information in there, but the community surveys are in there. I think you'll find that really interesting, because there's a lot of elders input on that. But with that, I just want to say thank you for staying. I know it's past what we were scheduled, but I just want to say thank you and ask Phil if he has anything he wants to add. Thank you.
Pilau Yapilo. I will. The cameraman's ordering me around. So. After a while, we get used to that. We applied for the BIA Tribal Resilience Grant for implementing our climate adaptation plan, and that's a $2 million grant. So we're waiting any minute now. We, we're waiting for word to see if we got it or not. If we don't get it, we're still going to move forward on it. But one of the things we're going to be doing is creating a climate center. I'm not the expert in technology, but it's going to be what I see as a state-of-the-art climate center. With what we're going to do is we're going to gather all this raw data that's available publicly, and also create our own to create a dashboard for whoever wants information on our current situation on the ground in real time. What my idea, and maybe Dr. Robertson can also elaborate on this, is to launch some sensors out there in the water, and we want to monitor the wind and the water and the soil. And what you got to think about is when we in the future, when we go to fight for our treaty rights, we don't have that data, that scientific data that we need to go into. If we go into federal court and we can show that, eventually show that what's happening to our treaty land. And many of you might know that they burn that methane gas in the air in North Dakota. And then you have the uranium mines here in the Black Hills. You have oil and gas in Wyoming, and you have the gold mining. And we need to monitor all of this that's going on. Our young professional Umpo mentioned mercury. Mercury. I've heard stories about the water under the Black Hills. It reaches us in Rosebud. So whatever they did with that mercury is going into the ground and into our water sources. They say there's water underneath the Black Hills, and that's, if you notice in Pine Ridge and Rosebud, and maybe in Cheyenne River, also is the high number of cancer and cancer deaths. How many of you have lost a relative to cancer? Can you raise your hand? That's a lot. That's a lot. So that's why this work is very important to us. We need to start tracking all of this and start monitoring our treaty land. We want to monitor the whole 1851 treaty boundaries is my vision, and I hope you agree with me that we need to do this. I want to say something that may not be popular, but they took our land. And it goes back to the doctrine of discovery, what they call. There's a lot of work that needs to happen with treaties, with the climate. They, with the doctrine of discovery, we're going to find ourselves going to battle in court again. And I'm asking you, as the Oceti Sakowin, to let's refile Dakota Access Pipeline as the Oceti Sakowin. Let's not let Standing Rock stand by itself. Let's all do it together. When the Oceti Sakowin come together, we are powerful. We shouldn't allow our Hunkpapa relatives to do this by themselves. And that's the true for any other court case. We need to challenge the doctrine of discovery in federal court, and we need to discredit it. We need to ask the federal government in any way that we can. I ask you leaders, your tribal leaders, to keep an eye on the consultations that are coming down the line. Participate in that. I guarantee you, 80% of these things could be addressed by showing up. Just show up at these meetings and our meetings and any of the BIA consultation meetings or any federal agency when you receive a notice. Communicate that information to us, the treaty people, and to anybody else. Now we have a lot of nonprofit organizations out there that are working towards human rights and treaty rights, environmental. We need better communication across the Oceti Sakowin now. We're not getting it. I'm not getting any information from anybody about any meetings. So I don't know if there's a blackout or what, information blackout. If you get a notice of a consultation or a treaty meeting or a THPO meeting or any type of meeting that pertains to the treaty rights and human rights, send it to me so I can send it out to everybody, and especially the THPO. My message to you is work with us. You're working on tribal land, treaty lands. It's important for you to communicate with the treaty councils because they are the ones that can handle this. Article 6 of the 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty says that the United States pledges to sustain the chiefs and successors. That's the Article 6 of 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty. Those are the treaty councils. They are required in the treaty to work with the United States government. As the IRA leaders, give us the information, give us a budget, create a treaty office at Pine Ridge, at Eagle Butte, and at Standing Rock so that we can help with this. Guess what? Every time the tribal election changes leadership every 2 years or whatever, the treaty council is still there, still standing there. They don't change leadership unless the term ends. The Sichango Treaty Council terms are 6 years. My Treaty Council, I've been with the same group. Going next year is the end of their term, and over that time period, I learned a lot. And I worked with Andy Reid, attorney at Boulder, Colorado. I learned a lot about the legalities of everything, the treaty rights. But you need that continuity in your reservation. Right now, you don't have it. I know there's treaty. Black Hills Sioux Nation Council is pretty solid. Bill Means, Richard Broken Nose, Richard Moose Camp, Rick Two Dogs, Robert Two Crow. They've been there for a while. Together with Sichongo Treaty Council, they have a lot of experience and they know a lot of issues, and they're pretty much up to date. So that's my message for today. And uh, you have my email. Send me your information. Send me your topics. Send me your discussions. Send me anything that we can present to the Oceti Shakoni Oyate. Waiha e Printelo. Mitaka Yasi.
Well, Wopila Phil, and we're going to close our meeting today. And as always, we do that with a prayer and a song. In my thoughts, yes, Bill.
I'll try to be brief as I can, but as an old Leinster and Wounded Knee veteran and a Vietnam veteran, I would be remiss if I didn't condemn the BIA before the meeting is over. You heard what Syed said, and this has been a thorn in the side of tribal government and treaty people from the time immemorial. I think it was created 1834 or something, the BIA. And remember what happened when Custer was still alive. He was coming out to the Lakota Plains, and he stopped by. He said, "I'm gonna stop by the BIA, but I need some funding to take care of those Sioux. They never want to listen to a governor. They don't want to respect the BIA. So I'm going out there to get rid of those Sioux. I'll be back in a short amount of time," he said. "But whatever you do, the BIA, don't do nothing," Custer told the BIA people, "don't do nothing until I get back," he said. But you know what happened? He never came back. And so they haven't done a damn thing since then. So what I'm saying is because you heard from Syed, and way back in 1968 when we started the American Indian movement, one of the things that we said was one of our greatest enemies of Indian people was the Bureau of Indian Affairs because of their lack of any kind of, should we say, equal dealings or fair dealings with the Indian people. So our basic principle in dealing with the BIA is we should abolish it. And in order to abolish it, we even took their building over. 1972 and held it for 7 days. Nobody missed it. The checks kept coming out to all the employees, everything. So if the BIA goes, nobody will miss it. And that was really bad is they won't pass the water codes. There's been a moratorium on that for, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 years. And so rather than do the will of the people, almost every council in the whole United States has now passed a water code. But you can't implement it because the BIA says, no, now we have this Hovland in there. Maybe she could break through that. But if she doesn't, I don't know what's going to happen because I've been in Rosebud and Pine Ridge all my life. And we've been trying to get these water codes. A simple, one day these tribes should just go ahead and give a notice to all the white ranchers that's irrigating at no cost. I've never heard of a tribe that got paid for all the water they stole. So I can't leave here without saying that something has to be done. If you want us to get all the old youngsters, we're kind of old now. A lot of us are in our 70s, like me, 76. Oh. But we want to take over again. It's Miss Hovland, she should be able to do it, but there's no reason. Everybody talks sovereignty here. I heard that word about 20 times during these 3 days, maybe 100 times. What sovereignty means is that you go control the resources on your own reservation. That's your self-determination. That means that you have the right as Indian people under federal law. And if you look at all the case law surrounding Indian water rights, you look at the Colorado River, what they did to that. But there's a lot of case law that says, including the Winters Doctrine, Indian people are entitled by treaties and other legal means to 1/2 of the water that flows through the reservation. Minimum. That's not the maximum, it's the minimum. And so I just want to say that these tribes need to just all of a sudden send a notice to all these non-Indians that are withdrawing water and say, January 1st is the last day you can draw water from our reservation without a permit from the tribe, from the tribal resource officer. So this is my idea of a solution to our water problem, especially in these days of drought. I just say that much. And the BIA needs to be abolished. Thank you.
Bill, thank you. Yeah, we have two more comments before we close. Yeah.
Ake hakoja chuna kena dokushki kini kokataki. Dana ashna ibukcha bitte. Ja, minikile. Anda wakpa stekta ada takuka ha kenosipi. Ilo oipshije. Ada. Ja, tokelo koki hipki. Ushkam. Oh, I'm going to speak English now. Somewhere between British and American English that I learned. My name is Manny Arnott. La Colia Togaka Sha Emacha. Ga Kawakpaste Chaginaga Bisha Oha Echakuya Wati. Nana Hachti La Colia Pikile Nahachti Goose Nonsi Pihoha. Naha Dokelo Kihika. Okanja Naha Treja Ki Ospunchukia. That's my name, Manny Arnhock, and I just wanted to thank you for a little time, and I wanted to thank Bill and James and all the presenters. You all did a good job, and I learned a lot here, and I'm gonna take it back and take it to whoever I think needs to learn and get educated on this drought. And as far as I know, we don't back home on Shine River, we don't have no drought plan. Nowhere. And the water is a big issue and a big concern that also needs to be addressed. But I met with some an organization called Thai Organization, Technology and Education. I think they're based here in Rapid City. Very good people. They're up on their technology, everything. So I asked them a question. I said, can you build me a Onchi and Lala AI, artificial intelligence? And they laughed at me. No, we can't. But those are the things that we need for our children to learn their language. And we can store a lot of information on this Onchi and Lala artificial intelligence and use it in our classroom. That's why my thinking anyway. And so I think we need to question that. Okay, and the last thing I wanted to address was Oceti Sakowin also needs to support the Remove the Stain Act. And the Remove the Stain Act this is going on a third year, is to remove the medals of honor given to the soldiers that killed our relatives in Wounded Knee. And every year, this is the third year, it attaches to the national defense budget. But the House Republican side, they take it out every year. So
Our only chance is with President Biden. And this is a struggle that we do every year, and we need to continue until, in my lifetime, I hope I see something. But there are others that can continue this fight for our ancestors that wounded knee. So we ask your support for that. And we're planning a meeting on the 22nd. So if you could come and support us, it would be much appreciated. Oh,
Oh, thank you. Opila, man. We have another comment from Henry Red Cloud. Henry, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh, Chanteo was the bed cheese up low. Henry Red Cloud Mielo. Oglala, we chonk at the mo. You can't let Dagu Wajinki. I'm betting we you have washi channel. Dagu solar alpi old washi channel. Washi wakate. Hello, gonna Al washi wankelo. Oh, greetings, one and all. My name is Henry Red Cloud. I come from the Oglala band of the Oceti Sakowin. I work with the sun, what you call solar. I've been working there since 1997. Today I got a school, which I opened the school in 2008, where a training facility. Now there's 574 federally recognized tribes. We're working with 70 of those tribes on their clean energy projects, helping them to save money, giving them the technical support, and helping them to save money and lessening their carbon moccasin print in the process. Chile, we're had over 1,000 students come through our program. It's really critical and really important that we look down this, green path. However, that we're going to implement it into our lives. May it be energy, may it be housing, may it be reforestation, as well as taking over, taking a look at our grasslands. Even the smallest blade of grass takes bad carbon and releases, good carbon. Our travel lands have been misused, mismanaged by the Skawichacha ranchers. So we need to really take a look at that. And I just wanted to be, brief about this. Please look at our webpage. It's redcloudrenewable.org, and see what we're doing out there. See how we can fit into your the respective tribes here. See how we can fit into your clean energy programs, creating economic opportunities. Just really glad to be here. I just spent the last 3 days over in Standing Rock. They were having a conference over there, and I was a presenter there. I heard about this while I was en route to Standing Rock, and I'm glad I was able to come in this afternoon, make it back this afternoon, and see all the relatives here. I just want to encourage everybody that partnerships, collaborating is really important, especially people doing things at the grassroots level, because that's the one that has the lasting, the most profound effect throughout Indian country. Unity, collaboration, working together, and see what we can do. The very last thing, just going to take a quote from one of the Lalas, Tatanka Iotaka. Let us put our minds together and see what we can do for the future generations. Aho, homi takayase.
Oh, thank you, Henry. We have Dr. Zimigo.
Yeah, okay. I only have just two comments. The first one is I humbly thank you for your efforts continuing to involve the tribes in making decisions because it's needed. It's a continuous thing that we need to have. The second thing is that I represent the Rapid City elderly community with their issues. It seems that the tribes have forgotten us, have made us as orphans here in Rapid City. We can't vote on issues. We have no representation. We have no equity, no equality, no fairness. We here in town, in this Miniluza, Otawahe, we live together and we take care of one another. There's many of us here from all reservations. If you want support, include us. There's over 25,000 Native Americans living here in Rapid City. We have probably about 18,000 Ogalallas that live off the reservation that are enrolled members. That is a powerful force. I tell you here today that I will be organizing those and looking for the names of those that have been living in other communities other than the reservation. And even for some, the people on the reservation that feel that they don't have a voice, they ask, and they come to me to ask, to say, what should we do, Gaga? I said, well, we've prayed long enough, we pray all the time. I said, one of the things that my message is, the Creator said, He gives you permission. He's giving you permission to be who you are. As Ogalallas Lakotas. His permission is to be who you were as He created you. And as a nation, not as a facsimile to something else. Don't blame the Washichu. Don't blame. Have the inspiration within each of us when you see your child and your grandchild. And when you come and you visit, we visit our relatives in the hospital because on the reservation they don't have those resources. Apathy is one thing, but you can feel sorry, but that doesn't get it. Don't say I'm sorry. It's up to you. The Bureau of Indian Affairs, IHS, will never give you the quality of help or the resources. This country is owned by these clothes from China, Japan, and Vietnam, is my brother here, veteran, made in Vietnam. and we defended the rights of the Lakota people. To speak here today of those that are in the past, but that are present, that's what our young people need. They need to know that they're the change. I thank you. If my words have hurt you or injured you, it is not meant to do that. It is to awaken you to this presentation of those sacred sites. For we are those sites. For we are, as that quote by Crazy Horse, we all are Red Cloud, Crazy Horse, see, Spotted Tail. All our leaders, we are them. I am them and they are me. Remember that when you leave, because people are depending on you. So think of us. Help us to organize our people that were forced off the reservation with relocation. Or they talk about boarding school, kill the Indian and save the child. That's their policy. Now we need to move today, for there's no tomorrows. Tomorrow never comes. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Art, for those heartfelt words. And as we close down here, before I ask Ivan to come up and close us with a prayer and also the drum to also help us with a prayer song, I just want to extend our gratitude and thanks for all the presenters. Wasn't that a great list of presenters? I thought it was tremendous. And our participants and you as part of the audience, if you will. But there was a lot of interaction here these last 3 days, and all our support staff. And I want to particularly thank also the media people. You know, it takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of effort to do this media, and so it was broadcasted on YouTube around the world. And people that wanted a chance to listen in, they heard you. And I do think that we're thankful for where we're at today in a way, as I see it, and that the work is ahead of us. You know, we have strong prayers and we have strong ceremonies, and we heard so many things here. At least I heard as a facilitator, and also I want to thank you for your patience with me and your grace and understanding with me as I learn to facilitate these kind of meetings, because these are important to me. How I speak to you and how I listen to you and how I understand you as we move this meeting along in terms of running a meeting or running the agenda. And it's certainly an honor and privilege to be with you today, and certainly thank Phil and others for that. Phil.
Also want to say Wopila Tanka to the Oglala Sioux Tribe Secretary's Office for bringing your equipment and being part of this. Also, a big Wopila to the registration desk, my assistant, Michelle Dog Eyes, and also our security, JD Lapointe and Lance Dorian, and everybody. If I forget somebody or if I miss something, I will ask for your forgiveness at this time.
Oh,
Ilama.
thank you, Phil. And also, before we close, we wish you a safe travels home to be back with our families again. So with that, I want to ask Ivan. Ivan, we appreciate you, sir, for helping us in these ways, in these matters. So with that,
Oh, okay. I can put a couple of things out there before I do the prayer. One of them is the Oceti Sakowin. We need to have delegated representatives from every fire, and that their bowl of the Oceti Sakowin with the seven stem come back with the protocols that all our fires have to gather again. And then the other is the home building. You know, we have to get ready for the extreme heats, and we have a lot of resources. You know, our reservations they're not made to grow a lot of vegetation, but we have a lot of clay, sand, and gravel. You know, and Henry just spoke a little while ago, and we stabilized that brick for the adobe for this area here, maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. Was able to submerge it in water and stay the brick form. So we're ready to do the Earth Architect. You know, I went up on a hill one time and I asked for an answer for our people for the home building. And here, when I went home, there was a, a book laying on my porch. It's all plastic wrapped. It had Earth Architect on there, and I don't even know where it came from. And nobody, I asked around, nobody knows where that book came from. So I read that book, and I learned a lot about Earth Architect. And we can do a lot of things with the ceramic, the clays we have, and all that. So there's a lot of opportunity out there. And now there's a thing called hemp boards. The hemp industry will bring about, where it can also help in this climate change with vegetation. It can grow fast, and it can grow tall, and it can help put moisture back in the air. There's things like that. Scientists know all these stuff, but we need to get more gatherings like this here to talk about those there. So those are just a couple of things I want to put in there before I said the prayer. But before I say a prayer, I asked the drum group to sing a prayer song 2 times through with a wopila and all the presenters that all came here and all the good information that was processed here. So I like to have a drum group. Oh God. I like to have all the presenters up here in the front of this here railing here that presented. Planners also. Come over. We want to come have you online. And before I say this prayer, I want to. And after I say this prayer, the singers, the drum will sing a song of honor for everybody to shake the planners and the presenters' hands here that help put this gathering together. Well, when I watch it, wakakinte. Nisha, wachek yapo. Well, kokasha beto. Just I want. Omnicha, we wanna energy na. Just I wanna watike. I hear you wanna kill the car. Nisha le beto watch it. Iho choke the car. We chose the walk. Wonka. Won't spend walkachniga na. I chakach ba. Na ushui chakila. Na takun shicha yapcha na. Ichabichu. Just I can't zaria. The credit I hear on a kihunikte. You clap it to it as a Uchimaka chet, you oglaka, it is a bastik hat, nice at a manipusing tahina, and I chet a watchik you kazap, it is what kinds of Hokatek, which was a uki and a doctor money to and I chet, wobbles as a woyham in a akaki, a chet, a usha, that Hokato Kimun and woke, we chunk the house. You clap it to I wish a hoak, there's a bit up, it's a wakana, what kinds of hoe chunk we chosen. I can't on which one I used to, we chunk it, to white hop, I can't take the uglusha, I'm not walking to one each stuff. Now, bet to us a hoe, a hoe me talk was it. Okay. All right, singers, we have a honor song for the presenter planners, and we'll come shake their hands. You can start on Paula's side over there and come this way. Okay, let's do it.
The meeting is concluded. Taha umanina, taha galapo, mitake epi.